Okay, good morning, everyone. We will call the committee back to order. My name is Paul Choi. I am the MLA for Burnaby South Metrotown and the chair of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services. I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on the legislative precinct here in Victoria, which is located on the homeland of the Lekwungen-speaking people, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. I would also like to welcome everyone who is listening to and participating in today's meeting. Our committee is currently conducting its annual consultation with British Columbians on their priorities for the next provincial budget. British Columbians who are not presenting to the committee can still share their views by making written comments. So the details how to provide submissions are available on our website at bcleg.ca/consultations. I'll now ask the members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting with the deputy chair.
Good morning, everybody. Eleanor Sturko. I'm the MLA for Surrey Cloverdale and the critic for Public Safety and the Solicitor General, and looking forward to hearing some more submissions from the community members today.
Claire Ratte, MLA for Skeena and critic for Mental Health and Addictions.
Good morning, Steve Morissette, MLA for Kootenay-Monashee and Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Development.
Good morning, I'm Sunita Deer. I'm the MLA for Vancouver-Langara and Parliamentary Secretary for International Credentials.
Thank you very much. And just to let folks know, we will also have MLA Jennifer Blatherwick and Brian Tepper joining us shortly as well. I would also like to thank the committee staff and Hansler Services and everyone that is involved in making sure our committee is going to be running smoothly. Thank you for all your service. We're going to now hear from a number of organizations and individuals about their priorities for the next provincial budget. Each participant will have 5 minutes to speak, followed by 5 minutes for a question from committee members. So first presenter we have is Nicole Keefe from Prisoners Legal Services. Thank you so much for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question, and you can begin when you're ready to go, making sure you are unmuted. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here this morning, and I apologize for the glare. I am the Executive Director of Prisoners Legal Services, and we assist people in prisons across BC with the kinds of liberty deprivations and human rights abuses that they face in custody. And we help approximately 1,000 people a year. And so we have a unique window into the experiences of people in custody in BC. The first recommendation I'll speak to is to address the mass incarceration of Indigenous people by fully implementing the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, including Strategy 14, expanding culturally based programs in BC Corrections, and Strategy 15, growing community justice programs. As you may know, the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, signed in 2020 by the BC government, commits to transforming Indigenous people's relationship with the legal system. However, the province has failed to invest in key strategies that would address the mass incarceration of Indigenous people. When the strategy was signed, Indigenous people made up 36% of the population in BC Corrections custody, but only 5.9% of the BC population as a whole. But as of 2024, Indigenous people make up 37% of the BC prison population, meaning that the disproportionality has actually increased since the strategy was signed 5 years ago. The number of people in custody overall and the average length of stay in custody have also risen since 2020. None of this creates safer communities, but instead disconnects people from their families, their communities, their relationships, and actually perpetuates violence and trauma. So Indigenous people have already laid out what needs to be done to keep people in the community and not in prison. And BC must advance reconciliation and decolonization by meaningfully investing in these strategies at the direction of the First Nations Justice Council. So Strategy 14 focuses on creating a network of First Nations corrections alternatives, yet there has been no investment by the province in this strategy at all to date. And instead of renovating or building new government-run jails, BC should resource Indigenous governments, organizations, and communities to create alternatives consistent with UNDRIPA. Strategy 14 also includes expanding culturally based interventions for people in custody. Our incarcerated clients report a shortage of elders, restrictions on possessing cultural items, limitations on who can access Indigenous focused units. And again, resources should be redirected from BC Corrections to Indigenous governments and organizations to provide these supports to people in custody. And similarly, Strategy 15, which calls for community justice programs to support the presumption of diversion, which is Strategy 1, must also receive the resources required for implementation. The second and final recommendation I'll speak to is the need to eliminate solitary confinement in BC corrections jails by investing in community infrastructure and community-led supports for people in custody. So it's widely recognized that solitary confinement causes serious psychological harm, and that subjecting people to it, especially those with pre-existing mental health issues, which constitute about 75% of the population in BC corrections, exacerbates mental illness and increases the risk of self-harm and suicide. Despite a major segregation reform project, including expensive infrastructural changes, government data actually shows that isolation in BC corrections is increasing. In 2021, 35% of people in custody spent at least one day in separate confinement, and in 2024, that percentage was 50%, which is a really alarming increase. As I said before, people in custody, a very large percentage have mental health or substance use issues. And in fact, people with mental illness are routinely held in isolation. And we also understand that people subject to involuntary treatment at Surrey pretrial are also held in segregation, which is all extremely concerning. So we urge the province to keep people from entering prison in the first place and eliminate solitary confinement for those who remain in custody. Thank you very much. Happy to speak to any questions.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Going to questions, starting with Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation this morning. Just wondering if you had some suggestions on alternative methods of housing people. So let's say someone was extremely violent, threatening to stab, found with weapon inside cells, assaulting other inmates. What should corrections do with those individuals who are violent and pose a risk to both staff and other inmates?
Sure, thank you for that question. So I have a two-part answer. The first is that separating somebody momentarily or for a very short period doesn't have to equate to solitary confinement. So solitary is 22 hours or more alone without any meaningful human contact. So somebody could be separated from other people, right, but still not in conditions of solitary. Or close to solitary. I think that the psychological impact doesn't automatically go away.
So if it's under 22 hours, you're okay with it?
No, what I was going to say is that the psychological impact there isn't a bright line, right? If you're spending 21 and a half hours a day isolated every day, the psychological impact is going to be comparable. But there would be a variety of ways to keep people from being in any sort of prolonged isolation or in conditions of solitary. And the other part of my answer is to to invest in organizations, community, especially community and peer-led organizations and Indigenous organizations, to provide meaningful ways for people in custody to occupy their time and build connections, things like cultural and educational opportunities, purposeful work, visits with family, health and mental health supports, all of which would increase the safety of institutions and obviate the need for solitary, and also support community reintegration.
But in the moment, you do recognize that there's a need at times for individuals under conditions of violence to be kept separate from other people who they may pose a risk to. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think eliminating solitary confinement means that you could never move someone to a space away from other people, right? That doesn't mean, I think there is no indication that keeping people isolated, for all day, for several days, those kinds of things has any benefit to safety. And so I think we should just separate the idea of needing to move somebody away from other people, right, temporarily for a short cool-off period.
Do you agree then that as long as a physical risk would exist, that would be the duration of time that the person could be kept separate from other people?
Well, I think that the use of isolation exacerbates the risk, right? Like some of the symptoms of solitary, in addition to suicide and self-harm and exacerbated mental illness, include paranoia, rage, difficulty controlling emotions, all of those things. And all of those things are factors that would increase violence. So if the main goal is to keep people safe and keep institutions safe and both the people who live there and the staff safe, solitary is not the way to get there.
So can you explain, sorry, we have only limited time left. Can you tell me your understanding? You had said that the new forensic beds that are in Surrey pretrial are isolation. Can you explain your knowledge of that?
Yes, my understanding is that they are simply cells in the segregation unit at Surrey pretrial.
Sorry, because I had seen on television it's like a medical ward, because under the Mental Health Act there's certain criteria that have to be met in order for them to be designated as facilities outside of corrections and inside the forensic healthcare system.
Yeah, they're not a medical ward. I understand that sometime far in the future there may be a unit within Surrey pretrial that is built for this.
So have you toured it? Did you tour it yet?
No, but I have direct information. I urge you to look into that because I think you'll find that people are housed in segregation.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time to present to us today.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next presenter. Okay, next up we have Ron Usher presenting to us. Thanks for taking the time to come and join us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for the question after, and you may begin whenever you're ready to go. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Very much appreciate this opportunity. I'm coming to you from outside Steamer's Coffee Shop in Sorrento, BC, right on the highway. So hopefully it's not too noisy in the background. Just a fairly simple point I want to make here, really two things. Having just come yesterday from the money laundering conference in Vancouver, just a couple of reminders. What prompted this, frankly, is I was assisting some folks in a small town BC dealing with a notorious free man on the land sovereign citizen. And in the course of that, I discovered that no Landowner Transparency Registry Act filing has been made in regard to the corporately owned property. And it turns out on inquiry that tens of thousands of properties remain non-compliant, even though they all should have been compliant since November, what's the year of 2022. So, and I just some background, 45 years a lawyer with the Law Society, with the Society of Notaries, did much training on Landowner Transparency Act issues. And I guess what I like, here's my concern. I don't, and I'm sure you do this as a general principle, you don't want the public to be cynical about government programs. If you're going to have a program, if you're going to have a law, it's your, the budget needs to be there to properly enforce the law. Over $11 million is reflected in LOTA filing fees, more than enough to pay for an adequate enforcement team. The Act provides for many penalties, but as far as I know, 0 have been paid. So the whole point of the loanership registry was to ensure registry and disclosure of beneficial interests. And yet there are the scofflaws, the bad guys know that there's absolutely no consequence for failure to comply. Now, it's fair enough for the legislature to say, well, it's not our priority. Well, then you should repeal the law instead of collecting $11 million in fees from honest folks. Because the crooks feel apparently no need to comply, and there apparently is no penalty for failure to comply. So I would just urge you as a general principle, as you're thinking about funding, is funding adequate to carry out the intent of the legislature and the intent of the acts? Is there adequate staff? Because none of this, I mean, in any way is a criticism of civil servants involved in dealing with these things. But it's really the legislature's job to say either the law is no good or not needed anymore and it should be put away, or it should be properly funded through the budget. So I just recommend that as a general principle, and you probably take that into account. The other general principle I urge you to take into account is the inevitability of demography on requirements for work. Of course, you're very well aware of this when it comes to healthcare. But again, just as a general principle, are we properly funding so they can actually be done? Programs set up required by law. And secondly, are we properly and are we fully taking into account the very predictable demographic changes in British Columbia? That's all I have to say. And of course, while I'm at it, I would certainly urge, I'll just give you some numbers. The Cullen Commission recommendations. You can write 4 numbers down. Recommendation 1, 34, 49, and 91. There may be many others, but I would just urge you to take a clear look again at the Cullen Commission. I was counsel at the Cullen Commission on behalf of the Society of Notaries Public. We need to have that implemented, or the public is entitled to a clear statement from the legislature as to why not. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll now go to questions by members. Recognizing MLA Deer.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So you made few points, but how is it tied to your budgetary ask?
Yes, well, because it's apparent, I think, that proper enforcement, for example, of the Landowner Transparency Act and the registry requires significant staffing. The budget, the bill itself provides, it's already collected over 11 million in fees. There's provision for fines. If you need money, it's the easiest program in the world to properly fine. It needs more staff. So if the government is not going to do the job, then end the law. But I urge you not to do that. I urge you to properly fund it, give adequate support and numbers of staffing for civil servants so the law can be enforced and its purpose held to the benefit of the public of BC.
Thank you.
Does that make enough of a connection to the budget process?
You can also consider writing to the Ministry of Housing about these recommendations if it's not tied to, it is tied to budget as you explained, but for any policy changes or policy recommendations?
Oh, absolutely. No, that I totally get that. But these things are often about funding, so let's just be honest with the public about the budget. Let's be honest with the public about what it costs to actually run government. And let the civil servants adequately funded do their job.
Thank you. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you for your questions. Seeing no other question, I have a question. I understand that federal government also has FinTrack reporting requirement. Do you think that is funded adequately from the federal government level as well?
It's a good question, and the Cullen Commission looked carefully at FinTrack, though the federal government lawyers were quick to always tell Commissioner Cullen it was none of his business. But the reality is FinTrack doesn't work very well. It again imposes very costly and elaborate reporting requirements and very little to see for it. So the Cullen Commission nicely talks about the need for cooperation with the provinces, about adequate disclosure. The province and the feds will need to work together to allow for proper information sharing. But no, it's fair to say that FinTrack, like LOTA, requires innocent people to make tens of thousands of filings, all nicely ignored by crooks, criminals, and money launderers.
Thank you so much for your answers and your presentation today. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate very much the opportunity. What you're doing is extremely important work on the part of the province of British Columbia.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Chris Lam from BC Lung Association. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questions after, and you can begin when you're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you for this. Thank you, Chair. And I'm really grateful for this opportunity. My name, of course, is Chris Lam. I am the President and CEO at the BC Lung Foundation. You may know the BC Lung Foundation. We've been focused on lung health and reducing the burden of respiratory disease in our province for quite some time, stemming back to the TB days in our province. I also want to thank this committee for previous work and recommendations that have been done that have really helped patients living with lung disease in our province, namely with our cessation programs, namely ways we get people to quit smoking tobacco. That will be one of the things I will talk about today. The number one thing I do want to talk about is I sort of recognize that this is a difficult time to be talking about where you can dedicate money in tough economic times. I want to point out that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity that we're being faced with, especially those of us who work in the lung health space with tobacco settlement dollars about to enter our economy. What we're hoping for is that you'll spend just a piece of that on prevention and cessation as we move forward. One of those ways that we can look upstream and really invest in prevention in our province is to adopt something we've spoken about before, and that's a smoke-free generation policy. It's an exciting new thing that's happened in jurisdictions all around the world. For those of you who are not familiar with the concept, the basic concept is that you would raise the minimum age that anybody can legally purchase vapor or tobacco product in our province every single year until an entire generation of our kids will never have the legal opportunity to purchase such harmful products. Now, this has happened in other jurisdictions. Our jurisdiction here in British Columbia is ripe to do that. This really drives home the point that there is no safe age to start vaping or smoking. And this becomes something that we really have to look forward to in terms of where are we looking in terms of downstream healthcare costs. Annually in British Columbia, we have 6,000 deaths directly attributed to tobacco or vaping. That also means that we're spending roughly $3 billion in healthcare spending on this. As you can imagine, if we put a little bit of resource into building what would become a smoke-free generation in our province, we would have tremendous upstream wins, especially when it comes to our finances in our province, let alone, of course, the healthcare savings and the health of British Columbians all around. The other part that I want to talk about is if you are going to do something like that, you will have to help those who are currently addicted, whether that's part of their mental health, whether that's part of their lung health or their cardiovascular health. You have already done, as I mentioned earlier, a tremendous job supporting cessation programs in our province. We have reduced that prevalence quite dramatically in our province. So we are continuing to advocate that you invest in that at a much higher level so you can help those people who want to quit tobacco or vaping in our province. Part of that too is we run Quit Now, which is what the province currently invests in. A greater investment in that would be extremely helpful, but also extremely helpful would be a clinical-based cessation program in each of the hospital settings right around the province, particularly in remote and rural areas. That investment in the hospital setting directly hits those patients at the moment that they enter the system. Helping them to quit smoking is an excellent way for us to reduce our bottom line when it comes to our finances. The last thing that I really want to talk about with a minute left is radon. Radon is a problem that really does hit remote and rural areas of our province. If you're not familiar with the concept of radon, it is a gas that is radioactive that is the byproduct of decaying uranium in the rock that's in the ground. It is natural, you can't see it. And what happens is if it gets trapped in our homes or in people's basements with poor ventilation, it can lead to some significant health outcomes. It is the second leading cause of lung cancer after tobacco use in our province. So what we're hoping for is that collectively we could find dollars to help people mitigate their homes, whether that's in the form of grants or otherwise. That would really help British Columbians feel like they can test their home safely and that there is a fallback plan to fixing their homes to what would be a significant problem, and again, help our upstream costs around cancer care here in British Columbia. And that is the end of my 5 minutes, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hello, and thank you so much. Nice to see you again, Chris.
Hi.
I am hoping you can talk a little bit more. You mentioned that you have a cessation program that's not clinical, that's run through your organization, and you're hoping to also ask for budget for a clinical program. Do you have any current clinical programs now, or are there any clinical programs within the British Columbia health system?
That's a fantastic question. So the first part is, yes, we run the program with the province's support. It's called Quit Now. It is a community-based program, and it runs several service lines that have proven to be quite effective. In fact, with the province's support, we were able to do an evaluation, and we were going to be able to make that more effective. Its quit rate is about 34%, which is higher than any other jurisdiction in the world, which is really quite impressive. So thank you to you guys for that. In terms of the clinical piece is actually one of the most important pieces we could have in our province. We currently do not have one in our province that is provincially funded entirely. There is a program that currently runs out of Vancouver Coastal at St. Paul's Hospital, and it is a very effective program because it is at the point of intervention with the healthcare professionals. It would be such a fantastic thing to empower our health authorities or the hospitals themselves to have that type of funding accessible to them to run those things because it would reach so many more people who are trying to quit, especially as they come into the hospital with various illnesses.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about the differences, like why you have the Quit Now program, but why is the clinical program so necessary?
Because it really does hit two different populations. So the way I can really simply break it down is Quit Now is a great community-based program. So it's for people who aren't in the hospital system who are looking to quit. They have discovered for various reasons in their day-to-day life that them or their friends or their family, it is something they can refer them to. And the beauty of Quit Now is there are so many different service lines that it can be quite tailored to each of the people, whether you want a text line to quit, you want to talk to a quit coach, whether you need an outreach worker to come talk to you. The Quit Now program provides all of those things outside of the hospital setting. To offer a clinical-based setting, it would be the intervention piece so that if someone were to come in with, say, they get diagnosed with COPD, they can automatically be referred to within the hospital setting as part of their treatment plan, a quit process where they have access to NRTs, where they have access to the healthcare professionals that will help them in that journey. Once they leave the hospital setting, it then becomes viable for them to enter the Quit Now system as well. But to have both of those pieces available to people who want to quit smoking, it becomes incredibly powerful and incredibly effective. And our province really does lead the way in this area already. So this would really be one of those hammers that British Columbia could hold.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today and all the good work you do trying to keep our society healthy.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our next presenter. We have Matt Dirks from Communitas Supportive Care Society. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Select Standing Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to be before you and present this morning. As mentioned, my name is Matt Dirks, and I'm the CEO of Communitas Supportive Care Society. We're a charitable faith-based organization serving people with developmental disabilities, mental health challenges, and acquired brain injury. We have a staff team of 450 that supported more than 900 individuals last year in 23 communities across British Columbia. We offer services including 24/7 group living, supported employment, respite care, and mental health outreach. Today, I'll speak to two key issues affecting the quality and sustainability of services. So firstly, the importance of ensuring social care is characterized by person-centered, community-based support. And secondly, the need to reduce administrative complexity in order to improve flexibility for us as service providers, as well as for the service outcomes for the people that we're supporting. So firstly, across government, whether through MCFD, CLBC, or within health, we're seeing a shift toward centralized systems and standardized service delivery contracts. While meant to improve consistency, this shift often ends up reducing responsiveness, limits opportunities for collaboration, and can overlook local expertise, such as what we offer. A recent example is our experience with MCFD's new Specialized Homes and Support Services, SHSS, model. Its initial planning and rollout has been quite top-down, with limited input from service providers from our perspective. Under this model, agencies like ours who specialize in supporting young children with complex needs, typically medical or related to their disability, are expected to accept any referral for ages 0 to 18, even for youth with needs well beyond our scope, such as active substance use. The recently updated contract language for this model also includes terms like no refusal of referrals and no termination clauses. This leaves us legally obligated to placements that may pose significant risk to other children in the home who've already been placed, or for staff who may lack expertise with certain subpopulations being referred. MCFD has given us verbal reassurances through this process that it will be collaborative intake processes, but these don't override the contractual risk we are taking on now within the contracted language. This isn't just about children's services. Similar issues exist in adult mental health and dual diagnosis programs. The system seems to be increasingly shaped by more administrative design rather than person-centered outcomes, and that concerns us. Also of concern is that we're increasingly seeing contracts being awarded to private or unskilled operators. This undermines the long-term, trusted, community-based organizations that have built capacity over decades and are rooted in mission, not profit. Community-based expertise must be recognized and prioritized. Secondly, the challenges that we're raising aren't unique to one specific social service funder. We see the same issues in our work with MCFD, CLBC, and Fraser Health. Across funders, contracts often are overly prescriptive, locking funding into fixed budget categories like rent, food, and staffing, which limits our ability to respond to real-world needs. They tend to be bureaucratically complex, requiring frequent amendments, even for small changes, and they're administratively fragmented as well, with procurement, program, and finance teams often operating in silos, causing confusion and delays for us. So in terms of recommendations, we have 3. We believe these challenges can be addressed, and not necessarily by spending more money, which you might be glad to hear, but by modernizing processes and restoring trust-based relationships. We offer 3 recommendations. So firstly, foster trust-based, collaborative relationships between funders and providers. Respect provider expertise, prioritize contracts with accredited, community-based organizations that have demonstrated capacity and commitment as well as expertise. And contracts should support professional discretion and focus on outcomes, not rigid compliance. Secondly, protect specialization and local innovation. Support agencies in serving the populations they're equipped to serve. One-size-fits-all mandates and service delivery models reduce safety and effectiveness for all parties. Thirdly, reduce red tape and modernize contract administration. Allow for flexible budgeting, streamline amendment processes, and align funder departments. This will reduce delays, stress, and inefficiencies without increasing cost. So in conclusion, this isn't not a call for more dollars. It's a call for more autonomy and less bureaucracy so that service providers can be nimble, innovative, and effective. We believe that by empowering trusted community-based providers and reducing red tape, BC can be more sustainable, responsive, and person-centered systems of care. One that values stability over profit, collaboration over control, and outcomes over paperwork. Thank you again for your time and your commitment to improving our public systems. I'm happy to take any questions you might have at this point.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move to questions by members. And seeing no question, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Move on to next presenter. We have Michael Volker from 411 Senior Center Society. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, and thank you to the committee for this opportunity. My name is Michael Volker. As mentioned, I am the Executive Director of 411 Senior Center Society. We're based in East Vancouver. We've been around for 50 years, helping mostly low-income seniors. I also sit on the board of directors of 2 other nonprofits, and I am on the National Steering Committee for Nonprofit Funding Reform, also known as Fair Funding. Today, I want to highlight why it is crucial to invest in independent senior centers and how adequate funding can enable these centers to survive, and how certain programs can not only sustain themselves, but provide substantial benefits to the province. But first, I just want to talk about what a senior center is, because I think a lot of people may feel it's like a recreation center that may be run by the municipality. Senior centers, are, especially in the case of 411, are seniors service organizations. We provide more than just recreational activities like line dancing and ukulele. We provide a lot of very crucial services for seniors. Here's a quick list of what we provide. Free tax clinics, very important for seniors to receive their benefits. They need to get their taxes filed. We have digital literacy programs, as there seems to be a widening gap in technology acceptance with seniors. Emergency preparedness services, helping seniors make sure they're ready for things like a heat dome or air pollution. Health supports, we provide space for health clinics. We also have food programs where we provide subsidized meals and often free food to seniors in need. We also provide legal supports, pro bono legal clinics, and we have housing assistance supports, helping seniors navigate BC housing and deal with landlords. Moreover, senior service organizations are uniquely positioned to stay ahead of current trends. For example, 411 runs multiple research projects with SFU, UBC, and Providence Health, focusing on health, financial well-being, and housing needs of seniors. These organizations provide essential data and insights into help shape government policies affecting seniors, something community centers can't do. However, funding for independent seniors organizations remains problematic. Much of our current funding is annual project-based and doesn't support our core operations. Without stable core funding, we can't promise job security to our staff or ensure the sustainability of our programs or even our centers. I would like to just take one of our key programs. It's called Navigation and Peer Support. This program works with low-income seniors to make sure they are getting all of the benefits and entitlements that they are due from the federal government. This program helps seniors that may be on old age security and not meeting their bills go on to guaranteed income supplement. It helps seniors apply for the new dental care plan. It helps seniors with pharmacare. There is a long list of services that seniors don't know about, but through our navigation and peer support program, we're able to work with seniors on a one-on-one basis. This program has some significant benefits for seniors. It obviously can increase their financial security. It can also uniquely return money to BC. These are entitlements that seniors have paid for through their hard work throughout their career. So having them receive the benefits they're entitled to brings money back into the province. It also, of course, when it comes back into the province, makes the senior's life better, but it also supports local communities. The other benefit, of course, is all the cost avoidances that increased financial stability for seniors provide, such as less likely to end up in a hospital, to remain at home, to be able to purchase more nutritious food, be able to buy prescriptions. There is a long list of benefits that a proper NPS program, a provincial-wide program, could provide for seniors. Anyways, my time is running out, so I have 3 recommendations: to fund a provincial-wide NPS program, provide core funding for senior centers, and at the very least provide research into the cost benefits of senior centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Going to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We got a little rushed there at the end. And so I got funding NPS programs provincially. And I got your third one, which was research into the cost benefit of senior societies. But I just couldn't write fast enough to get number 2 in there.
No problem. Yeah, I apologize for speaking quickly. Yeah, provide core funding for senior centers. So the current model is really based on us having program funding. Program funding is where we apply to an organization like the United Way. We get 1 year of funding. From that funding, we have to pay for the staff to run the program. Very little is left over to pay for the actual core costs, the operating costs of running a senior center. So we are always scrambling. One of the benefits of being independent is we can sometimes get funding from donors, but in the case with us, our members are low-income seniors, and we have about 1,500 members. They're not going to be donating much to us, and we have to keep our costs. We're a low-barrier senior service organization. We charge $2 for line dancing, so and that's what that our community can afford. So yeah, so core funding is very important. Some municipally run centers have municipal funding. What we receive in our case from the City of Vancouver is $70,000 a year for core funding, which barely pays for 1 staff member. Mm-hmm. From that, we have to pay for the facility costs, the cost of a volunteer coordinator, executive director, accounting costs. Because we're a society, we have to pay for an audit. All of those are hard costs, fixed costs that we incur every year, and it's getting harder to pay for those costs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Recognizing MLA Morissette.
Thank you. So you're based in Vancouver?
Fraser Street,
Okay.
East Vancouver.
To your knowledge, are there senior centers around the province?
Yes. One of the programs that we do have, this navigation and peer support program, we run the backbone for this program. It's a United Way funded program across the province. That's being implemented into the Better at Home program. Unfortunately, Better at Home program only serves 16,000 seniors. There's 1 million seniors in BC. So that the NPS program has a very limited market the way it's currently implemented. In Vancouver, 411 is part of the Independent Seniors Alliance. We have 4 other senior centers just within Vancouver that are independent and struggle like we do. But we know that there's at least 100 other organizations across the province that could benefit from core funding and could also benefit from just an expanded navigation and peer support program.
Yeah, for sure. I'm from a rural riding in the Kootenays, and rurally it's and I'm sure urban as well. It's challenging for seniors for a number of things, healthcare and so on. Everything is going online, and seniors that don't have access, don't have a computer, don't know how to use it. It's tough to fill in forms to gain information on different programs, or just something as simple as a health portal or whatever.
That's right.
So it's really critical work that you do. And,
right, and a lot of these programs, if the seniors know about them, and we can help them apply for the programs, they make a huge difference in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we were able to get 1% of the seniors in BC an extra $100 a month through an NPS program, that's $12 million into the province.
Yeah.
That can go to support senior centers.
Yeah.
Like at least a fraction of it can support the senior centers.
Yeah. Thank you.
Recognizing Emily Deer.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have visited the Senior Center on Fraser Street several times.
Oh, great.
I do have a question about your funding model, though. Do you get any municipal government support?
No, all we receive is the 70,000 from the City of Vancouver. Unlike other municipal funded senior centers, which can get as much as 400, 500,000 a year, we only get 70.
Does the city own the building that you're in?
City owns the building. We do pay about 2,000 a month in sort of maintenance costs, but we sunk in all of our reserve funds into building this building. So we're a partner in the ownership of this building, but the city owns the land that the building is on.
That was my understanding. Thank you so much for your clarification. Thanks.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation today.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to our next presenter, we have Sarah Catliff from Ronald McDonald House, BC, Yukon. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Our request for the provincial government to consider is we're seeking an investment of $39.5 million towards a $117 million shovel-ready project to build the second Ronald McDonald House in Vancouver. Sadly, today we find ourselves full and turning away as many families as we actually can serve in a year. And we also know that many of our families stay with us for very long periods of time, and the current facility is not built with that in mind. So our hope is to build this new home, which will better serve long-stay families by providing them with more space and still staying close to their sick child. Equitable access to healthcare is vitally important. No matter where you live in this province, sick kids, there's no boundaries. And we last year served 170 different rural, Indigenous, and remote communities. And the next theme is by way of providing not only a place to stay, but also essential services such as food and snacks, and also a very warm, caring community of support that can appreciate what everyone is going through. And so by keeping families together, we know we are strengthening healthcare outcomes and allowing families to heal better as a family unit together. And no family should be anxious about where they're staying when they need access to this top-level pediatric care. Our services at the same time ease financial and emotional burdens. We know that our families can save, if we double our impact by building Willow House, we will be saving BC families up to $20 million a year in out-of-pocket expenses, such as accommodation and food and travel. And finally, Willow House itself, the building will be an innovative mass timber, low carbon building, and it will be using BC-based wood materials, create local jobs while being at the forefront of design innovation, and will be at the forefront of tall wood construction, as it will be a 12-story wood building. So this building has created a fair bit of buzz through our applications and grants. To date, we have raised 35 million, and that includes an $18 million grant from the federal government from the Green and Inclusive Building Communities program. And we've also received a $500,000 grant through the Ministry of Forestry, the BC government, for the mass timber program. And so we've also received full unanimous approval from the City of Vancouver, waiving certain fees. So this is a shovel-ready project that has everybody collaboratively ready, and we've received private sector support towards our goal as well. And so we find ourselves at a position that everything is ready, and we just need the support and investment of the BC government to bring this project to life.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Moving on to our questions by members, recognizing MLA Morissette.
Thank you. And your ask was 39 million?
39.5. That is a third of the project cost.
Okay, thank you. No, that's a great project. I'm from rural BC, and people come from all over BC to Children's Hospital, and it's a challenge, like when you have to stay for weeks or months at a time. And great project, and I'm so happy that you're using mass timber too. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Recognizing MLA Deer.
Thank you so much. It's a great project. So this is in addition to, this building is in addition to the current building?
Yes, this will be the second Ronald McDonald House. Our current house is a 73-room house, which is on the site, on the campus of Children's Hospital, and we opened those doors 11 years ago. I never would have anticipated that 11 years later we would be full and turning away as many families as we do. So we went through a full feasibility study with our partners at Children's and Women's Hospitals to understand that the need is closer to 150 rooms. And so this house, Willow House, is being built on private land adjacent to Children's Hospital, so very close little proximity, and will have 75 rooms. And as I said, this will be slightly different and geared to long stay and larger families by providing them with a little bit more space, 1 and 2 bedroom fully contained suites, because what we do know is these treatments are getting longer and longer, and at Children's Hospital, they want families to be close to the hospital, but not admitted to the hospital. And so this allows them to be back and forth to the hospital on daily, hourly basis as needed without staying in within the hospital. So I'd say about 30% of our children are inpatient. So in other words, they are actually in the hospital, but up to about 70% of the patients are outpatients, and that's when they are living at Ronald McDonald House but have full access to Children's Hospital.
I have one follow-up. So 39.5 million is the total budget, or that's what you need to top it up from what you have now?
That is our request to the BC government. We have raised $35 million towards our $117 million goal. we used 17 million of our own money from our reserves to purchase the land, which is across the street. So that is our investment in the project. And the 35 million that we've raised to date represents an $18 million grant from the federal government, along with several other grants, a donation from BC Children's Hospital Foundation, and several major donor donations too. So with this amount of investment from the BC government, the project will move forward. And during the building time, which is expected to be a 2-year build, so the timeline means we are breaking ground in July 2026 with a 2-year build. And in that duration, we will raise the remaining $20 million of the project.
That was my next question, that what's the timeline? And you already answered it.
Yeah, so everything is ready. The city has given it full unanimous approval. All permits are in. We've moved to design phase. So with an investment of the government, that we will know that the project will break ground in July 2026, and it's a 2-year build. So we'll be serving families by July 2028.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other question, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you very much. I appreciated the opportunity.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we'll move on to our next presenter. We have Samantha Lopi from Victoria Sexual Assault Center. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Hello, folks. Good morning. So my name is Samantha Lopi. Please feel free to call me Sam. I am the Executive Director of the Victoria Sexual Assault Center, and I'm very pleased to be speaking with you today on the unceded territories of the Lekwungen people, known today as the Esquimalt and Songhees Nations, and the Osanek people. So the Victoria Sexual Assault Center has been supporting survivors of sexualized violence and providing prevention education for over 42 years. I'm really honored today to be speaking not only with the voice of my awesome staff, but also up to 1,000 survivors that come through our doors every year, and the hundreds of youth and adults that receive our educational workshops. So our organization's mission looks to end sexualized violence through healing, education, and prevention. And today, I'm bringing to you 3 recommendations for budget consideration based on those core values. My first recommendation focuses on healing and asks for multi-year funding for sexual assault programs. One of the many things that we've learned over the last 42 years is that quick and consistent access to sexualized assault services has a really profound impact, not only on survivors, their families, but also our communities, and I would say the province overall. Multi-year funding specifically allows sexual assault centers like my own to offer consistency in our programming, which helps survivors as well as maintaining our relationships with community partners who refer to us often. Some of those community partners are health authorities, local police and RCMP, school districts, as well as community-based organizations that support youth, women and girls, immigrants and newcomers, Indigenous folks, people with disabilities, and many more. I asked the committee to maintain and enhance the commitment made in 2022 to provide stable funding in the budget to support organizations that offer victim-centered, trauma-informed, coordinated cross-sectoral support for survivors of sexual assault. My second recommendation highlights the importance of education and asks for recognition that sexual assault is a public health crisis and that funding for community collaboration is a solution. Given the current socio-political climate, sexual assault centers and I believe health institutions are seeing increased complexity and intersectionality in the needs of survivors. And it is through partnership with community-based programs and health systems to develop best practices for survivor care and then share that education across sectors, that is an active way to address this public health crisis. My organization has seen this firsthand. For 10 years now, we've been working with our local health authority in a great way. So I believe that funding for community collaboration for organizations already established in the community is a really practical way to best support and root those best practices in the unique needs of the communities that we all serve. Finally, my third recommendation looks to the future and the role of prevention in ending sexualized violence. For current and future generations, I ask for funding to support prevention education programs with a specific focus on racialized communities. As an organization on our own journey, understanding anti-racism and decolonial work in our sector, we have seen very positive impacts of prevention education, specifically in our work with our Indigenous Response Network and racialized youth groups, which are for us are Black and Indigenous youth. Prevention programs look to identify the systems that contribute to sexualized violence and disrupt those social patterns with a variety of innovative, uplifting, and impactful initiatives. So funding for prevention programs is a way to actively engage in breaking down those systems that uphold sexualized violence in our communities and honors the intersectional and complex experiences of violence, specifically for racialized communities. So folks, I got about 10 seconds left. I want to thank you very much for the time here today and open the floor for any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to questions by members. Seeing no question, I'll go to MLA Deer.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all the work that you do and your presentation. So you had a few funding requests. Do you have an approximate figure in mind how much is needed towards those services?
Oh, that's a great question. Oh, I didn't know that I got to give the breakdown, folks. This is my first time doing a budgetary consultation. So I know for the multi-year funding, for example, that the commitment in 2022 made by, I believe, this committee for the 2023-24 fiscal budget was 10 million, I believe. And so if I'm looking for maintenance and enhancement, I'm saying something at least that and then above, understanding that with the increased complexity and needs of mental health and addiction, housing, lack of medical, we're seeing a lot of complexity. So people are coming to us more than they have in the past. And I think that really helps out the hospitals, really helps out the police. We do a lot of coordination, administration. And so I would say if that 10 million could be increased to something like 12, then that would be my recommendation. Not, I know a little bit about budgets, but I trust you folks to know even more so than I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentation and for your work.
Thank you.
So the funding that we put towards ending gender-based violence is already much greater than 10 million. So you must have a very specific focused sector ask that you're thinking of. So you're thinking specifically for sexual assault centers. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, so what I'll mention is that in the last few years, so my organization for the last 10 years has had the first in the province an integrated sexual assault clinic in our center where we offered alternative medical support to do forensic examinations as well as the police interviews on site. A couple of years ago, the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General opened a bid where there are now 4 additional sexual assault centers, aka clinics, opening up across the province. So I believe that is more where I'm thinking specifically. We have a 5-year kind of opportunity there, and I believe that's coming to a close in the next year or so. And so I'm thinking specifically that those 5, us being one of the included, being able to be maintained in a stable way would be really important for the communities where they've been established. But yes, no, of course, more than the 10 million overarchingly in lots of different ways. But yeah, thank you for your question. And I am thinking a little bit more specifically for some of those centers that are doing that alternative space for forensic exams and police interviews.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I think integrated service and supportive community partners available during really traumatic times makes a huge difference for survivors when they're starting to walk through that journey. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, very different experience than an emergency room. We got snacks, we can charge your phone, all that kind of stuff. So
there you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time to present to us today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, folks. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Val McDonald from Century House Time for Change joining us. Thank you for coming. If you can unmute and turn your camera on, that'd be great. Please let us know if you can hear us.
That better?
Yes, that's perfect. We can hear you now. If you can turn on your camera, that'd be great as well.
Okay.
Perfect.
There we go.
Amazing. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin whenever you're ready to go.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Finance and Governance Committee today during your 2026 budget consultation process. I'm here today to address the matter of housing and support needs for seniors within the framework of Aging in Place. It is my pleasure to be representing the Time for Change Committee in New Westminster. And although we are situated in the Lower Mainland, we realize that seniors organizations and care providers across this province are concerned about the lack of affordable, appropriate housing and home health care support services. Seniors want to live independently in the housing of their choice for as long as possible, according to their need and ability to pay. Healthcare professionals, planners, and policy advocates advocate at the local, provincial, federal level should now be focused on aging in place as a concept whose time is long overdue. Academics and planners have been aware of the concept for at least the 30 years I have been involved in seniors issues, yet access to appropriate housing and services is sadly inadequate. How many stories have you heard about a friend's mother who just cannot access the home supports or housing options available to allow for aging in place? This leaves many, seniors themselves, to care for aging parents, and caregiving takes its toll. Adaptable, affordable housing is almost impossible to find, and private settings are out of reach for most seniors at $5,000 to $10,000 per month. Publicly funded services are also costly for seniors who are paying around $9,000 a year for a once-a-week visit. Out of range for seniors in BC who are living in, at, or below the poverty line. 28% of low-income seniors in BC earn at or below $28,000 per year. Without major changes in the delivery of housing and home support in this province, people will continue to suffer. Aging in place can make a difference, and it makes sense economically. It refers to the ability to live in the housing of your choice for as long as possible. And although it is often considered a housing option for all, for the frail and elderly, in fact, it applies to everyone, regardless of age or ability. It is a generic concept and requires two things: universally designed housing and in-home supports. Data shows that 77% of adults 50 and older want to remain in their homes for the long term. But 1/3 of adults 50 years and over say they need to modify their current home for themselves or a loved one to do so. The good news, there's no one way to age in place. It may be only a few small changes in a person's home or some in-home support. Services Canada has a wealth of information for adapting the home. Reports show that once modifications are made to your home, the monthly costs are affordable to most, and subsidies should be available for those who cannot afford it. With the adaptations, aging in place will reduce the need for costly hospitalization admission or residential care prematurely. Dollars saved can then be spent on increasing access to home health care and other necessary services to age in place. Although all levels of government should be engaged, it is the Office of the BC Seniors Advocate who are doing the research and promoting the concept. And it is journalists like André Picard, health reporter for the Toronto Globe and Mail, who wrote the book Neglected No More, describing the current state of housing in our country. Aging in place. However, there seems to be minimal change. I've worked with seniors and their families in search of housing and support services since 1987. The stories range from sad to shameful. It's time for change. I have 3 recommendations. Number 1, that the provincial government allocate funding to implement legislation which outlines policy that increases people's ability to age in place. Number 2, that in-depth research be undertaken by the Seniors Advocate to guide the implementation of aging in place. These requirements include universal design and restructuring the delivery of home health care and support services. Thirdly, that funding be allocated so that no British Columbian is denied the opportunity to live in appropriate housing according to their need and ability to pay. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will go to question by members. Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much for your presentation and advocating for seniors and their health and safety. I don't actually have a specific question because the budget asks, you didn't have like a specific figure. Did you have like a specific dollar amount in mind or?
Well, you know, we discussed that. We are a group of seniors trying to advocate, and budgeting at that level, I think, was out of our realm. So we just wanted to make sure you understood that there are figures that show the need, and there are also economical outcomes by transferring from the current support and services to aging in place. I'm sorry about that. We just didn't know where to go.
No worries. I think it's not necessary to have a specific dollar figure. Some people do have one in mind though, and then they just don't say it during their presentation. So it's nice for us to be able to ask. And yeah, thank you for, talking about both the cost, but also the benefit of having seniors age in place and how much that is good for the economy, but also good for them. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Okay, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye. Moving on to our next presenter. We have Amy Mullis from the Federation of Community Social Services of BC. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Amy Mullis, and I am the Executive Director of the Federation of Community Social Services. The Federation of Community Social Services of BC represents 160 community social service agencies serving over 250 communities across BC, including unrecognized First Nations territories. Our members provide critical services in child protection, family support, mental health, services for children and youth with disabilities, newcomer support, food security, and so much more. This sector employs over 53,000 workers and is a backbone of care for hundreds of thousands of British Columbians. The community social service sector serves individuals and families who are often marginalized, low-income households, people with disabilities, children in care, seniors, and those facing mental health and addiction challenges. These individuals are too often blamed for their circumstances, when in reality they are navigating the compounded effects of chronic underfunding and systemic inequalities. We need to address this injustice, strengthen our social care systems, and invest in the foundational building blocks of a healthy society. This will not be possible without a commitment to meaningful collaboration between and across government to co-develop policy, improve service delivery, and achieve better outcomes for children, youth, families, and communities. At a recent Federation meeting with over 50 member organizations, 3 urgent priorities emerged, each deeply connected to recruitment, retention, and staff well-being. Administrative funding formulas are outdated, not reflecting the true cost of doing business in 2025. They also exclude critical costs such as cybersecurity, technology, and rising insurance premiums. Wage benchmarks have not kept pace with inflation or comparable sectors, creating a growing compensation gap that undermines workforce recruitment, retention, and stability. And mental health supports for staff are almost entirely unfunded, despite widespread burnout and trauma exposure, especially in high-stress frontline roles. These gaps compound one another. Workers are underpaid, asked to provide services in increasingly complex environments without adequate staffing, supervision, or infrastructure. At the same time, many organizations must fundraise just to cover operational necessities like technology, insurance, and administrative support. And staff are left without access to mental health resources required to sustain them in challenging roles. These are just some of the challenges contributing to the sector's destabilization. Our budget recommendations are tied directly to these priorities. We're asking the government to update administrative funding formulas and contracts to reflect current realities of supporting children and families in 2025 in their own communities. This includes cybersecurity, insurance, IT technology, and inflation. We're asking the government to increase wage benchmarks and index contracts to consumer price index to address competitive gaps, wage inequity among union and non-union workers, and wage inequity across Indigenous service programs. We are asking the government to fund mental health supports and universal practice-based supervision to protect staff and reduce burnout. This is a workforce in crisis. Sector-wide turnover in 2023 was 25%. That's 1 in 4 employees leaving this sector. Turnover in Northern BC and Indigenous services ranged from 30 to 44%. Nearly 50% of organizations struggle to retain staff. Almost 60% face difficulty attracting qualified candidates. And more than 50% of frontline workers earn so little they qualify for subsidized housing in cities like Kelowna, Kamloops, and Victoria. The workforce is predominantly made up of women, 75%, immigrants, 31%, and Indigenous or racialized individuals at 40%. When these workers are unsupported and undervalued, the system suffers, but more importantly, so do the people that rely on it. The representative for children and youth further confirms these impacts. The conditions contribute directly to poor youth outcomes and institutional instability. Underfunding creates harm, not just shortages. The province's commitment to child and youth well-being strategy, as outlined in the Don't Look Away report produced by the Office of the Representative of Children and Youth, signals a critical moment for government to act across ministries. However, realizing this vision will be impossible in the current climate of systemic underfunding. Effective cross-government collaboration, prevention, and culturally safe care cannot be achieved without adequate investment in the community organizations that are delivering these services. Investing in workforce wellness is not optional. It is critical to delivering safe and effective services. BC's community social service sector is facing rising demand, rising cost, and stagnant funding. Without sustainable investment, our prevention infrastructure will fail, and that failure will result in the dramatically higher downstream costs of policing, emergency care, and institutional systems. When looking through that lens, prevention is not a cost, it's an investment. Studies show that every $1 spent on upstream supports can save anywhere from $2 to $10 in future public spending. The time to invest is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll now move to question by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to highlight a little piece in there that you focused on that we don't often hear about when we're talking about the infrastructure that's very specific to social service organizations or those that support people, is the cost of clinical supervision, especially as our workforce in social service gets younger. And there are less and less workplace mentors who can take that place within the staffing that's available within the organization. So many young people are taking these jobs because they are lower paid jobs in the social service sector, and it is a challenge to make sure that they're adequately mentored and supported to give a better quality client experience at the end, and to better protect the mental health of the people doing the work. So just wanted to point out that you are the very first presentation to mention clinical supervision as a cost. So thank you for doing that. It was a really important piece of us understanding the work. So thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome. It is one of those pieces that I think is quite unique to the sector. So in some ways, I'm not surprised, but it is one of those pieces, as you said, particularly as the sector is facing these challenges, but also we're seeing many of our senior and established leaders retire. So that knowledge needs to be passed down. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Carla Pellegrini from Food Stash Foundation. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you may begin whenever you're ready to go, making sure you are unmuted. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Carla Pellegrini. I'm the Executive Director of Food Stash Foundation. We are a registered charity that was established in 2016. We redirect over 1.6 million pounds of perishable surplus food in Vancouver every year. We distribute that food to our community in dignified and choice-based ways. We are currently delivering to 45 organizations around the city, and last year we saved them over $1 million from working with them and providing this delivery service. We also directly serve community members through home deliveries for 125 low-income disabled households and 160 members per quarter for our weekly market that's open to the public. We know that food isn't the solution to food insecurity, but in the meantime that we're tackling the underlying poverty, our work is so important in the interim. One of our home delivery members recently sent us this kind message of thanks. She said, "Thank you so much for creating this program. It has literally changed my life. Not only am I eating far better and more nutritiously, but my stress levels have become more manageable, and the weekly arrival of a variety of foods has really helped me to enjoy the experience of cooking and eating again. I'm no longer stressed about balancing my finances, and it has calmed my anxiety and depression." We get these notes on a daily basis. And we're not alone in creating this impact. We're part of the Vancouver Food Recovery Network, together with Vancouver Food Runners and City Reach Care Society, both of whom you heard from yesterday, as well as Quest Nonprofit Markets. Together, the four of us organizations are moving over 5 million pounds of food per year and serving 60,000 people per week just in Vancouver. Our innovative, nimble, and distributed model allows us to reach more people for a fraction of the cost per pound of food compared to more traditional food distribution models. The challenge is that provincial dollars are concentrated in just a few hands. In 2023 alone, there were $7 million provincial dollars provided to Loaves and Fishes on the island, $50 million provided to United Way BC and Food Banks BC, and in 2014, $14 million through the Critical Food Infrastructure Fund to United Way of BC. Despite the enormous reach and impact of our collective work of this network of 4 organizations, we as a network have received less than 0.5% of that $71 million distributed by the province in the last 2 years. The need for multi-year core operating funds to sustain this work is critical. There are hundreds of local businesses relying on us every day to divert their wasted food, and tens of thousands of community members relying on us for critical food access. So my recommendations are as follows. more equitable funding, and an approach that includes multi-year core operating funds for the Vancouver Food Recovery Network and other organizations outside the traditional food bank model. As well, establish a provincial body to coordinate food security efforts. Food cuts across multiple departments, and therefore there's no ultimate accountability to make sure that it's being addressed. We need to align funding, monitor impact, and address policy gaps in one place. And I recommend that you appoint a parliamentary secretary for food security to ensure the strategic oversight and leadership. And finally, a revenue mechanism like the extended producer responsibility system we have in place for recycling would work wonders for the food waste system to generate revenue to fund that important work and make sure that those turning food into waste are paying into the system that redirects it so it can be eaten, and those costs are not borne exclusively by the charitable sector, which is what's currently happening. Thank you very much for standing with us to make sure that good food isn't wasted and that thousands of British Columbians in need have access to dignified food every day. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving on to question by members. MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. This is really great work, and I appreciate you drawing the connections between you and the previous organizations and how you work together to make sure people get fed. You mentioned the extended producer system. I'm hoping what you can do is explain that a little bit further and talk about how you think that a system like that would motivate organizations to ensure that they're responsibly handling their food waste.
Absolutely. I learned about the extended producer responsibility model a few years ago. It applies in BC and across the country primarily to recycling products. And the concept is that typically a producer or manufacturer of a good is responsible for the full life cycle of that product, both in production and distribution, but also once that product is no longer in use, they pay into the process and the system that makes sure it's either upcycled or recycled or disposed of responsibly. And so Recycle BC and Circular Product Care, there's a few different organizations that manage this system for things like paint and paper and different types of plastics and recycling. My understanding is that food waste was on the table when those systems were put in place, and then it got cut at the last minute. So I believe that if we had a similar model for food waste, those actors that are turning perfectly good food into waste by either over ordering or not managing their inventory properly, they would have to pay a cost to see through the proper diversion or redistribution or upcycling of that now wasted food. And that would help pay for, the diversion or the recovery or the redistribution of that food. So it could still be eaten or it could still be used for animal feed, and worst case scenario, it's being composted or landfilled. But that the actors that are playing a big role in creating that food waste are helping to pay for the systems that then have to redistribute it or dispose of it. Currently, they're passing the costs fully of that work of recovering and redistributing food to charities and nonprofits.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. At this point, the committee will take a recess. Thank you. Are back, and we'll call the committee back to order. We will start with our next presenter. We have Kaylee Rose Sort from Formal Youth in Care Community of Practice joining us. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes for a presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm calling in from the unceded territories of the Coast Salish, Katzie, Kwantlen, Semiahmoo, Tsawwassen, Kakite, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam First Nations. My name is Kaylee Rose Sort. I was in foster care. I moved out on my own at 15 and graduated high school at 19. I've benefited from equitable policies such as youth agreements and youth agreements with young adults, and the provincial tuition waiver, which covered the final year of my undergrad. I earned a bachelor's degree in child and youth care and 2 master's degrees in leadership and business. I serve as the plaintiff representative in a major class action representing individuals who experienced harm as victims of crime while in foster care between 1972 and 2019. I've worked in child welfare social work, provincial government policy, and participatory action research. 16 months ago, I founded the Former Youth and Care Community of Practice. Our mission is to foster collaboration, amplify the lived experiences of those impacted by the foster system, and champion systemic and social change. What began as a personal and professional journey revealed broader systemic patterns. Youth with disabilities make up at least 41% of those in care. Indigenous children are 17 times more likely to come into care and make up 53% of all children in care across Canada. Yet, Indigenous people only represent about 8% of the Canadian population. In BC, nearly 68% of kids in care are Indigenous. For Former Youth in Care, the government was their parent. Yet, unlike their peers, they often age out without the intergenerational support systems most rely on, leaving them disproportionately exposed to risk. Despite making up less than 0.3% of people in Canada, Former Youth in Care account for 65% of Indigenous people in federal prisons, 65% of unhoused Canadians, and 50% of sexually exploited youth. We are 5 times more likely to die before we are 30. Some experts contend that foster care itself contributes to poor outcomes, while others argue that foster kids already face heightened vulnerabilities compared to our peers. These issues reflect intergenerational and institutional harms that persist beyond care. Our collective responsibility is to disrupt these cycles and build systems that uphold dignity, equity, care, and opportunity for all. Public narratives suggest progress, yet young people are telling a different story. While the province has announced expanded support for youth from care up to age 27 in SAGE legislation, Indigenous reports that no rent supplements have been distributed since February 2024, and the next intake period has not been scheduled. This demonstrates a gap between legislative intent and on-the-ground delivery. The estimated cost of unaddressed trauma in Canada is $29 billion. There is a persistent pattern of chronic underfunding for proven solutions. We can't keep passing the buck and then wonder why people want to buck the system. We need investment to create real change. Therefore, we offer 3 recommendations. First, fund existing commitments fully. Progressive policies cannot drive change without the financial resources to bring them to life. Ensure programs like SAGE are resourced to match public promises, including rental supplements, mental health support, education, and employment pathways. Without implementing funding, we miss a key opportunity to strengthen GDP through improved education, employment, and health outcomes. Second, embed equity in budget allocations. Introduce a targeted equity lens in all budget decisions affecting people with care experience. Allocate dedicated funding streams for supports, services, and research designed with Indigenous communities, people with disabilities, and lived experts. This ensures that those most impacted by systemic failure are not left behind. Lastly, shift from crisis spending to upstream investment. Early investment reduces downstream costs. Research shows that every dollar invested in youth mentoring generates a $23 return on investment. We must reframe budget priorities to emphasize health promotion, stability, and long-term outcomes. The UN Convention on the Rights of the Child affirms every child's right to protection, participation, and provision, yet children in foster care often face systemic gaps that violate these rights. Failure to allocate adequate funding is an at-risk investment that leads to escalating costs. Ignoring known solutions comes with a high opportunity cost. We forego long-term outcomes in education, employment, and community well-being, instead reacting to preventable costly crises. Strategic funding is essential for cost avoidance and to prevent deferred liabilities from policy failures like ones that I have experienced and that will strain future budgets. To close, I emphasize this: we are worth the investment of dollars and good sense. Investing in people in and from care builds stronger communities, which leads to better economic productivity and reduces long-term burdens on GDP-related expenditures like healthcare and criminal justice. It's inappropriate to say we can't afford to do this because we know very well that we cannot afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move to question by members, recognizing MLA Rattay.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to make sure if I heard you correctly. Did you say that none of the rent supplements under the SAGE program have been distributed since 2024?
That was the information that was provided to by Indigenews.
Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hi, sorry, to clarify, no new rental supplements had been sent out since 2024. The people who were previously applied and were approved were receiving rental supplements, but no new rental supplements were released. Is that what you're?
That's my understanding. And the government website says that there's 2 intakes per year. However, according to Indigenews, they've not released any new supplements from February 2024 and did not open up any further intake.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you for your time. Take care.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next presenter. We have Signe Madden from United Way, British Columbia joining us. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Signe Madden, and I am the Director of Government Relations at United Way BC. United Way BC is a province-wide charity that addresses critical social issues by delivering resources and support to people who need it most. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee this morning about urgent needs around food insecurity, BC 211, and emergency response. In BC, British Columbia is facing an escalating food insecurity crisis. Visits to BC food banks and United Way community food hubs and agencies have almost doubled in recent years. Last year, United Way BC food programs provided 4.6 million meals and hampers to over 314,000 individuals and families. However, donations to charities such as United Way BC continue to drop as cost of living and economic insecurity hit BC citizens. BC's hunger relief organizations are buckling under the weight of this mounting crisis. This government is committed to protecting the services people rely on. Food insecurity programs should be seen from this lens. To address the crisis, the sector, including Food Banks BC, is requesting the province renew and provide long-term stable funding to the Agency Relief Fund, the School Food Infrastructure Grants, and the 30 existing and planned 10 additional United Way community food hubs. Around BC 201, United Way BC's 201 is an essential social infrastructure that helps people in BC navigate slow-burning social crises such as health, housing, and safety. However, chronic underfunding is putting these services at risk, just as more British Columbians are turning to 201 for help. 211 is a national United Way service. Here in BC, it's delivered by United Way BC. 211 complements 911 and 811, not by duplicating, but by intervening earlier, cheaper, and more effectively. Last year, 211 answered 51,000 calls and made 131,000 referrals. Almost 300,000 new users access the website to do their own searches. 211 provides human-first support, not automated referrals, helping people navigate complex systems and access local services. 211 is available in 240 languages and dialects, and it's scalable. And we're already piloting closed-loop referrals, the gold standard for public navigation systems. 211 is the backbone supporting provincial helpline services, such as Victim Link and the new Racist Incident Helpline. It's essential during floods, fires, cold weather, and heat dome events. Provincial funding for 211 has not increased in 5 years and doesn't come close to the amount other provinces invest in their 211 services. United Way's donors can't continue plugging funding gaps for 211 alone. Provincial funding for 211 is now just under $900,000. We recommend that the government increase its investment in 211 with $1.2 million. The last recommendation is around emergency response. Over 5+ years, United Way BC has supported communities before, during, and after climate disasters in BC, and most recently through the Lapu Lapu tragedy. Our donors have stepped up and given over $7 million for immediate assistance and for long-term recovery in communities. Last year, we helped 31 communities, including 19 First Nations, working alongside provincial, municipal, and other relief agencies to coordinate emergency response and recovery. Post-disaster, United Way BC works with our extensive networks of agencies, donors, and volunteers to help the communities recover. This can take up to 5 years. Our emergency response work is not duplicating what other agencies provide. We identified gaps real time as soon as a disaster hits, and we activate the local nonprofit sector response and work with First Nations in alliance with provincial emergency response protocols. United Way BC's request is $600,000 to support this work over 2 years, to support the community-based team, and to provide a reserve fund that we would draw down before the United Way donation campaign is launched. I appreciate the opportunity to thank you to the committee, appreciate your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving to questions by members. Recognizing MLA Morset.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And thank you for the work that United Way does. So I'm assuming that the shortage in funding is behind the recent reduction in rural offices. I believe it's Prince Rupert, Powell River, and Trail. And I assume that it's because of the lack of funding, because we had some great things going on, food security and so on, and now our closest office is 4 hours away, and it's because of funding.
And that's definitely the issue. We've seen across the sector funding donations drop. United Way has a strong brand. We have dedicated corporate sponsors, donors, but we're seeing the donations dropping. And that's an unfortunate part of the work.
So if I could just follow up, so you're pulling in and servicing more urban areas?
No, we amalgamated 9 United Ways into one so that we could be more efficient and effective in our back of house and administrative costs. And that's been effective and certainly has given us the data and the understanding from one community to the other. Our challenge again on the donation side is, it's our provincial programs and our strong partnership with the government that allows us to serve rural and remote areas, just because of the population and the donor issues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Moving on to our next presenter. We have Angela Marie McDougall from Battered Women's Support Services. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Wonderful, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As mentioned, my name is Angela Marie McDougall, and I'm the Executive Director of Battered Women's Support Services in Metro Vancouver. And for 40 years, Battered Women's Support Services has been on the front lines of supporting women, girls, and gender diverse people who are experiencing violence. And I'm here today to talk about public safety, prevention, and how the provincial budget must meet this moment. We are living, of course, as we all know, through the convergence of crises that includes economic instability, militarism, resource extraction, and climate disruption. But these are not abstract or distant. They are directly shaping the conditions that drive gender-based violence right here in British Columbia right now. The cost of living, of course, we know has become a public safety issue, and where victims and survivors cannot afford rent or legal help or childcare, they're forced to stay in or return to unsafe situations. Job loss, inflation, and housing scarcity is escalating all of the stress that individuals are feeling and fueling violence in homes, and victims and survivors are paying that price. And we are seeing the effects of the impacts of militarization and online radicalization. The quote unquote manosphere is a web of misogynist influencers, forums, and content that is training boys and men to control and a sense of entitlement and intimate partner sexualized violence. It's being delivered directly into their pockets every single day. And as grim as this is, I have to tell you that strangulation, a key predictor of femicide, has become normalized every day in our casework, where we're supporting over 100 survivors daily in person, and we receive 30 to 50 crisis calls daily. We provide legal advocacy, second stage housing, employment support, and trauma and violence-informed counseling. But the demand far exceeds the capacity because these are not isolated cases. They are rather systemic failures. And as resource extraction projects continue to bring gendered harm to communities all across the province, with temporary work camps and boom town economies, all correlate with increased rates of violence, sexual violence, trafficking, missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, with climate disasters too that are driving displacement and intensifying the caregiving burdens, especially for Indigenous and rural women who are left without shelter, without safety, and without recourse. So we cannot treat gender-based violence as separate from these crises. And there's no economic recovery or climate resilience and no real public safety if we leave victims and survivors behind. And this is why we are proposing a bold, practical solution. And calling on this committee with respect and appreciation for your work and recommending an annual investment of $165 million to expanding funding to $165 million to fund comprehensive and province-wide gender-based violence prevention. This would fully implement and accelerate BC's Safe and Supported Action Plan and centered survivors in budget decisions that we need to see right now. So my recommendations are $15 million for increase to public education to shift harmful attitudes, to address and redress online radicalization, and to promote healthy masculinities and gender equity from schools to work sites. We would like to see $30 million increase to fund legal aid and a trauma and violence-informed system navigation within the legal system. We'd like to see $75 million, please, that would be towards safe and supported housing, in particular, second stage and longer-term housing for women and girls and gender diverse people. Combined with economic and equity employment, that would see $20 million to expand the transitional income and job programs through Work BC that would help specifically women and victims survivors to build stability and reduce economic entrapment. And finally, we are very much hoping to see the full funding of a $10 a day childcare, which is vitally important because, as we know, gender-based violence costs the Canadian economy over $7.4 billion annually, and we're going to have some updated numbers very soon from the feds. So every dollar invested in prevention returns multiple and save costs across policing, emergency healthcare, legal aid, and child protection, as well as homelessness. Committee, with all due respect, this isn't about dollars. It is about lives. And we have to break the public-private divide that says violence in homes is not a public safety issue. Survivors are being harmed by partners, by courts, by the lack of housing, and by systems that don't believe or protect them. This is frontline public safety. And this budget request would go a long way to redressing harm and building a future free of violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hello, Angela. Nice to see you again. Thank you for coming to present and for advocating. I am looking through, you have 2 requests. Did I get that correct?
There's 5.
Oh, there's 5. Well, maybe I lumped them into like broad. Oh, so then maybe I didn't understand fully. Is you asked for 165 million to fund comprehensive to fully implement safe and supported. And then underneath that, I understood that you were breaking down the requests into like 50 million, 35 million, but those were separate additional?
No, it's a breakdown of the 165 million, but it's to expand safe and supported because we know that safe and supported, the funding is not sufficient. It's a minor intervention that's happening, with all due respect, and it needs to be expanded considerably.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then I got 165 million to fund safe and supported, and then also $10 a day daycare full implementation. We went fast.
Right. So the 165 million is to fund a comprehensive province-wide gender-based violence prevention plan.
Yeah.
So that could be part of safe and supported, but it's actually safe and supported prevention is not quite there. So this is an expansion of safe and supported, but in prevention.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time to present to us today.
Thank you. All the best to you. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Kevin McColt from Vancouver Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you may begin whenever you're ready, just making sure you are unmuted. Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for taking time to listen to my submission. As mentioned, I'm the President and CEO of Vancouver Foundation, and I'm joining you today from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. You may know, but in case you're unaware, Vancouver Foundation is BC's largest non-government funder of charities. With over $1.5 billion in permanently invested funds contributed by British Columbians since 1943, we support thousands of local organizations working at the front lines of our province's biggest social challenges. That included $160 million in funding in 2024, and we're expecting at least $100 million in 2025 to be delivered to charities across the province. Today, I wanted to deliver a simple message. The charitable and nonprofit sector is essential, especially in times of economic uncertainty, and it must not be taken for granted. And the sector is facing a trilemma, 3 things really impacting the ability of the sector. We see 1 in 4 Canadians now facing food insecurity, and 20% are relying on nonprofits for essential needs, many for the first time. Yet the organizations serving them are facing 3 significant demands. The first is the overwhelming demand is outpacing their capacity. The second is unstable funding that is short-term and shrinking. And the third is workforce strain with burnout, recruitment challenges, and competition from other sectors, creating an unsustainable environment. And if we need to ensure services reach those most in need, we need to support the organizations delivering these services. So my first recommendation is that we strengthen and stabilize the sector through multi-year funding agreements that embed inflationary increases, and that there's an increase in the 10% cap on administrative costs in these contracts. Stable, predictable funding lets organizations plan and retain staff, respond to growing needs, and allows them to invest in necessary investments such as IT, training, compliance, and ensuring culturally safe delivery services. Right now, too many nonprofits are locked in short cycles of underfunded work. They're chasing grants instead of serving their communities. These changes would provide the necessary stability they need to succeed. My second recommendation is that the province renew the $25 million Community Prosperity Fund, which we delivered in partnership with the province in 2023. This was a $25 million fund delivered through more than 50 local community foundations across the province, and the decentralized model was key to its success. Over 450 nonprofits received support, from the Bulkley Valley to Vancouver Island to throughout the province. And the Community Prosperity Fund showed that community-led decision-making delivers equitable, impactful, and community-centered grants. And so we would love to see in Budget 26 a renewal of this program with a further $25 million. It is a proven, efficient way to reach vulnerable communities, boost local economies, and build resilience. And my third recommendation lies in modernizing the Unclaimed Property Act, which is provincial legislation, and it is aimed at unlocking dormant financial assets that benefit both individuals and communities. The legislation was created in 2003. The BC Unclaimed Property Society, administered through Vancouver Foundation, has since that time reunited $27 million with its rightful owners and directed $70 million, soon to be $80 million, to community investments. But BC's model, this Unclaimed Property Legislation Act, based on primarily voluntary participation, unlike in other jurisdictions across North America, where it is not voluntary to participate. So we're calling for a modernization of the Act that would introduce mandatory reporting of unclaimed property by all holders, establish penalties for noncompliance, shorten dormancy periods to improve owner recovery, expand the scope of what qualifies as unclaimed property, and update cybersecurity standards, recognizing the outdated nature of existing paper-era regulations. This can make BC Unclaimed the one-stop shop for dormant assets, and government can enhance consumer protection, support struggling citizens, and generate more community benefit, all at no cost to taxpayers. In conclusion, I would like to highlight the fact that our sector employs over 87,000 British Columbians, serves 1 in 5 residents directly, and provides essential support during economic crisis. And yet too often, many of us feel we're treated as an afterthought. In Budget 26, you can show that this government values nonprofit sector as a full partner, not just in social policy, but in building a resilient and equitable economy. So we would love to see support that is based on stable, flexible funding, renewed community investments, and smart legislation that unlocks resources. We will continue to show up for British Columbians, and these changes will enable us to be even more effective. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will now move to question by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for the work that the Vancouver Foundation does in fighting all kinds of social challenges throughout the province. I will say you are the first person who's brought up the Unclaimed Property Act. This is not a mechanism that I'm familiar with. I understand the Unclaimed Property Act. I understand that unclaimed property is processed through a nonprofit. So what you're advocating for is that when you said that participation is voluntary, what you meant is participation is voluntary on behalf of organizations that could possibly hold unclaimed property.
Yes, correct. The legislation divides unclaimed property holders into 2 categories. Those who are obligated by law, mandatory remitters, they must remit to the Unclaimed Property Society, and those that are voluntary, that they're encouraged to do so, but they're not obligated by law to do so. They have other obligations that they must make efforts to find the owner, but they can do that on their own. So as an example, the courts are mandatory remitters, and they are significant contributors to the Unclaimed Property Society. Whereas ICBC or Fortis are not mandatory remitters, so they maintain services on their own. So you can go to their website and look for unclaimed property, but it means that British Columbians have to go to 2, 3, 4, 5 different places. Whereas if they were all mandatory to BC Unclaimed, there's a single one-stop shop. And there are many other mandatory remitters that actually don't submit, and there are many voluntary ones who don't as well. So the legislation has generated significant resources, and I'll add a little specific piece here. The Society's obligation is to find the owner of the property, and then it must retain a reserve against future claims. But like any insurance fund, there's an amount that has been deemed unclaimed by the owner, and a portion of that is given to Vancouver Foundation, which then we use in our charitable program. So it goes into, so the money either goes to the owner of the funds, sits in a reserve fund against future claims, or is donated to charities across the province. And we feel if that legislation was strengthened, the returns to owners would increase, as well as the portion that is used for charitable purposes.
And if the property is not claimed, if it's just sitting there, either it benefits, the organization because they accumulate, interest upon it, or it just sits and does nothing.
Yeah, correct. And so brokerage accounts, insurance policies that may not be claimed, the fees would continue to be recovered by the organization holding it. They would earn fees on that money, but it's not being, the efforts are, and the BC Unclaimed as a legislatively created entity has permissions to access other databases, such as the addresses contained in the by ICBC. So they can find owners, whereas many property owners don't have access to the same amount of information to find the owners as BC Unclaimed, because it is a legislated entity. So it has a much higher success rate than others who don't have access to that information.
There you go. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much. Recognizing MLA Morset.
Thank you. Just on that $25 million community fund, it was last given in 2023. Could you just explain, please?
Yes, so post-COVID, the province made several grants to Vancouver Foundation so that we could then use those funds to support communities in their post-COVID recovery. And $25 million of that was identified as the Community Prosperity Fund, and it was designed to be delivered by community foundations across the province. So rather than Vancouver Foundation run a provincial program, the money was allocated to community foundations across the province, and they ran grant programs in their own communities. And one of the features of community foundations is that when they invite members of their community to submit applications, it's also members of those communities that do the adjudication and vetting and recommendation of funding. So it is a decentralized way to support community priorities. And we were the central node, the one connection to the province, but the actual granting decisions and distributions were handled across British Columbia.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presenter. We have Neil McErthen from Association of Fundraising Professionals for Greater Vancouver Chapter. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services. My name is Neil McEachern, and today I'm representing the Association of Fundraising Professionals, AFP, Greater Vancouver Chapter, in my voluntary capacity as its Vice President of Government Relations. AFP is a membership organization that aims to empower members and the nonprofit sector to practice ethical fundraising through professional education, networking, research, and advocacy. In my day job, I serve as the Director of Fundraising and Donor Relations at the Vancouver Police Foundation, where we aim to make Vancouver safer for all. We accomplish this by supporting public safety initiatives brought forward by VPD officers and civilian staff that fall outside the organization's annual budget. Today, I'm coming to you with a recommendation not only on behalf of the 300 members of AFP Greater Vancouver, but for the 370,000 fellow British Columbians who work in 31,000 organizations across British Columbia's nonprofit sector that annually contribute $30.7 billion to our province's GDP. Whether we work to provide nutritious food for a family's dinner table, or timely autism assessments for children in remote communities, or warm welcome to newcomers, we're ultimately all British Columbians committed to making our communities, and therefore our province, stronger. However, we can't do this work alone, and rely on support from individuals, foundations, corporations, and perhaps most importantly, government. As you can imagine, Our sector, like many, are facing incredible challenges, but perhaps unlike others, we're also seeing increased demand for our services while facing a sharp downturn in giving. While British Columbians often take pride in ranking among the top provinces across Canada, our record on charitable giving tells a different story. According to the latest Statistics Canada data, we have experienced nearly a 12% decline, placing us second only to Newfoundland for the steepest drop in generosity. One area where support has remained consistent is government funding, and it's why our recommendation today is a $30 million contribution to the Community Prosperity Fund. This is an existing funding mechanism established by the province as we exited the COVID-19 pandemic to provide our sector with the unrestricted funding that we so desperately need. As a refresher, it provides nonprofits supporting their local communities with an equitable opportunity to access multi-year unrestricted funding through community foundations located across the province. Unrestricted funding provides nonprofits on the ground with the ability to best decide how to benefit their communities. Last year's budget marked the first time in 3 years that our sector saw no new funding. As a reminder, our sector plays a vital role in addressing pressing issues ranging from supporting vulnerable people to advancing public health, skills training, and housing. If these issues seem familiar, it's because they mirror the priorities raised earlier this year at the opening of the 43rd Parliament of our province. Our sector is already seeing the impacts of economic uncertainty. With reduced services and programming, without renewed support, we may see many nonprofits close and British Columbians lose access to vital community services. It's why we strongly recommend that the province invest in our sector, which is dedicated to making solutions right here in British Columbia for our fellow British Columbians. I'm ready for questions, if there are any.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will then go to questions by members. Seeing no question. Okay. Yes, no questions. Okay, sorry. We do have a question recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you. So I appreciate your advocacy on this, and we certainly heard from a lot of nonprofits that they're struggling with the increased unavoidable costs. But I could you expand a little bit more about what your budget ask is?
So the budget ask is a $30 million contribution to the BC Community Prosperity Fund. This was a fund that was created by government in 2023, I believe, or 2024, no, 2023. And it represents a 20% increase from the $25 million initial contribution that government provided to this fund. And it's really like very disappointing for our sector that there was no funding last year. I mean, it was an interesting year, as you're all aware, with the trade dispute with the United States and a kind of urgent need for a budget. So there was no consultation at the time, but this is an opportunity, like I said, to really invest in British Columbians that are coming to the aid of their communities. And without it, we're going to continue to see charities reduce services, close shop, and really see British Columbians suffer. So it's $30 million contribution to a fund that I believe is primarily administered by the Vancouver Foundation and other regional community foundations in the province.
Okay. Thank
you. So
you.
the framework already exists.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Recognizing MLA Morissette.
Yeah, I think that's a good fund that can be distributed by people that know the needs in the areas. Where can we get the information on what that fund was used for when it was available?
So I believe that the Vancouver Foundation, I know for a fact, does have a report of the successful applicants, and I believe the other community foundations would have also done a report back that would have been most likely on their websites. So, I believe Prince George Community Foundation also administered the funding in the northern or middle part of British Columbia, and there may have also been one in the Kamloops kind of interior area administrating funds on behalf of the province as well.
So just to follow up, so to your knowledge, there was just those other two organizations in the interior, or Or is there multiple?
I believe there would be multiple. I'm not exactly familiar with the, overarching administration. Again, I represent the Greater Vancouver chapter, so I would be more familiar with the Vancouver Foundation and the work that they did in the Lower Mainland, Fraser Valley.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Moving on to our next presenter. We have Rob Newman from Sport BC. Thanks for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you. Just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
All right, okay. Well, thank you. I respectfully acknowledge that while the work of Sport BC and our members takes place throughout the entire province, the Office of Sport BC is on the unceded traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. My name is Rob Newman. I'm the President and CEO of Sport BC, and I'm a proud Indigenous sport leader. I grew up in rural Saskatchewan, where I learned the value and importance of sport and volunteering. So thank you for this opportunity to present about the needs of the BC amateur sports sector. I'm here representing the membership of Sport BC, which effectively is the amateur sports sector of British Columbia. Some background and information about Sport BC. For 58 years, Sport BC has been a nonprofit federation representing 78 organizations, comprising of 59 provincial sport organizations and 19 multi-sport and disability sport organizations. These member organizations support local clubs and close to 815,000 British Columbians who participate in community sport regularly. A key priority of our organization is advocating on behalf of our members to improve and sustain the landscape for organized amateur sport in British Columbia. As a sport federation in British Columbia that knows and values the power of sport for all, we are communicating the real challenges facing our sector. We are here with the same requests as in 2021, 2022, and 2023. The amateur sports sector has a collective ask of an increase for additional base or core investment from the province of BC of $15 million over 3 years, or $5 million a year. Core funding is for our sector this core funding has not increased since 2010. The sector faces and has endured significant increases in operational costs along with additional responsibilities, resulting in capacity challenges and stress on our organizations. Without this increase, it is not possible for the sector to deliver important initiatives that improve the affordability of sport, inclusion, diversity, and accessibility, reconciliation, volunteer and staff capacity, and sport safety. This is a time when BC's population continues to grow steadily, particularly for population groups that often need additional support, including Indigenous peoples, New Canadians, and school-aged children. This means it's a challenge for sport funding to serve the growing sport population. The current economic challenges we are all facing, the sector is struggling to keep up with increasing costs for events, facilities, transportation, and staffing. A recent Sport BC Commission survey underscores the challenges sport leaders face attracting, retaining, and developing talent while navigating financial constraints and increasing demands for diversity, inclusion, and safe sport practices. To share just a few, safe sport capacity, while 93% of organizations prioritize safe sport, nearly half, 46.9%, lack the staff or funding to implement policies effectively. Turnover challenges: about 80% of organizations are experiencing employee turnover, with 25% facing turnover in the top leadership roles, creating disruption and additional costs. Diversity and inclusion: although 56.5% of organizations have an EDIA strategy, only 17% have conducted audits, and representation of equity-deserving groups remain limited due to limited funds. Members are under-resourced. 80% of organizations reported lack of sufficient funds to carry out their mandates, of citing challenges with increasing costs, excess facilities, staff turnover, and reducing volunteers. And of course, budget constraints. 36% of organizations responsible for governing and implementing sport in BC operate with annual budgets below $500,000, despite servicing more participants and programs than ever, with additional responsibilities. Investment in sport yields significant social and economic benefits, including improved physical and mental health. With respect, this collective ask of an increase in core funding of $15 million over 3 years is critical to the ability of our sector to deliver sport. Thank you to the steering committee for taking the time to hear our case of renewed investment. We certainly appreciated the past 3 years' recommendations, unanimous, that were received, and trust you will understand the importance of this request to ensure British Columbians in all communities can thrive through sport. We hope you receive your recommendation again this year, to have the recommendations make it to the 2026 budget. We know that sport builds communities, friendships, leaders, and healthy and resilient citizens. It provides an opportunity for real connection and can help participants support their physical and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving to question by members. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're very hopeful that we'll get a positive recommendation again this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Angela Crowther from Sports BC, Kids Sport. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for a presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you may begin when you're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Angela Crowther. I'm the director of the Kids Sport program here in BC. I'm here today in support of the amateur sports sector's ask for increased core funding that you've just learned about from Sport BC's president and CEO, Rob Newman. On June 5th, you also heard from my colleague, Caitlin Ramage, who shared the why behind the Kids Sport program, the statistics about the financial challenges many families are facing and the impact of those growing inequities. She also shared her personal experience with being a Kids Sport grant recipient and the positive impact that has had on her life. Today, I'd like to add to her presentation by sharing the how behind the Kids Sport program and the challenges that have resulted from the significant growth we've seen over the past 2 years. You may recall from Caitlin's presentation, we supported 10,695 kids from 230 BC communities and distributed more than $3.6 million to help cover the cost of sport registration fees in 2024. This was an incredible $1 million increase over the total in 2023 and more than double the total from 2022. This exceptional rate of growth has put a significant strain on our financial resources, especially when you consider that much of this work, the application review, funds distribution, and the fundraising, is being driven largely by volunteers at local Kids Sport chapters across the province. While we're grateful for their contributions and acknowledge that these volunteers are a big reason why the Kids Sport program has been so successful, we recognize a need for change. Many of the chapters were first established in the early 2000s. At the time, it was a cost-effective way to extend the program into local communities and a way for local businesses and individuals to support local kids. Now, 25 years later, the nonprofit sector is very different. Businesses are much savvier about their philanthropic efforts and more concerned about their return on investment. And donors expect greater transparency and accountability from the causes they choose to support, demands which many of our volunteers don't necessarily have the knowledge or skills to meet. At the same time, the rising cost of living and the need to balance work, family, and other responsibilities has led to a decrease in the number of volunteers that are able to dedicate the hours required under the Kidsport model. For those that have stuck with us, the needs are quickly growing beyond what is reasonable for volunteers to keep up with. For example, the Kidsport chapter in Surrey White Rock has seen their total grant increase from 516 grants in 2022 to more than 1,200 grants, totaling nearly $475,000 in 2024. $500,000 is a lot to expect volunteers to raise. We've taken steps to begin centralizing grant administration to the provincial office to better support volunteers who are feeling burned out by the increased demands being placed on them. But now we're also having to solve for a funding crisis that has been brought on by the accelerated increase in need from families who are struggling with affordability. We've taken steps to try to make funds stretch further. Reluctantly, we have reduced the grant amount available per child per year in many communities and are more strictly adhering to our eligibility criteria, but the reality is that we need more funding. We can't afford to be leaving kids on the sidelines because we don't have the funds to support them or because our grant amount isn't enough to bridge the gap for them. It's not just about a kid missing out on a season of soccer or volleyball. It's about perpetuating the inequities that exist as a result of the income disparity, limiting the potential of these children who are already facing significant obstacles. We're grateful that since 2012, Kidsport BC has received $400,000 in annual funding from the province, and last year received an additional $100,000 in recognition of the significant need and impact of our program. That annual contribution in 2012 represented 37% of our total distribution. Last year, even when we account for the additional investment, represented just 13% of total grants. Today, I am respectfully asking for an increase of $600,000 in the province's annual contribution for a total of $1 million annually for Kidsport. This not only is more proportionate to the impact we're having on priorities this government has set related to affordability, it also brings us more in line with support that is being provided by other provinces for Kidsport programs across Canada. Our neighbors in Alberta have received $3 million each year for the past 2 years through the province's Every Kid Can Play program. Nova Scotia, a province with 1/5 of the population of BC, receives $405,000 annually from their government, in addition to a one-time $4.5 million investment in 2023. An investment in Kidsport is an investment in the amateur sports sector. It's a way to make amateur sport accessible for more British Columbians. We know participation in sport is good for our physical and mental health, and we see how it strengthens our communities and brings people together. I hope you agree, sport is worth the investment today and for our collective future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will go to questions by members. Any questions? Seeing no questions. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our next presenter. We have Scott Bradley from Curl, BC. Thank you for joining us. If you could unmute and turn your camera on, that'd be great. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the Select Standing Committee for inviting me to speak to you today about the urgent need to increase funding to the amateur sports system in BC. I'm pleased to be speaking to you from the ancestral and unceded territory of the Hunkaminam and Squamish-speaking peoples. As you've probably heard from the previous presenters, the core grant funding for amateur sport has been flatlined provincially since 2010 and federally since 2005. This lack of additional investment over so many years has resulted in an unnecessary strain on a system that facilitates 20% of the volunteer workforce in BC. The effect of continually increasing membership fees to compensate for this flat funding has reached a tipping point in which participation in sport is becoming unaffordable for more and more British Columbians. The astronomical health and social costs to government caused by inactivity among individuals no longer participating in sport could be mitigated against by the benefits of having these people involved in a healthy and sustainable sports system. Curl BC strongly supports Sport BC's recommendation to increase base funding to BC's amateur sports system by 15 million over the next 3 years. This additional investment will more than pay for itself through cost savings to multiple ministries. In addition, we recommend that the provincial government, in collaboration with the federal government, reestablish an ongoing recreational infrastructure program to rebuild community sport facilities that are already well beyond their life expectancy. At these moments, I like to bring out a quote I keep on my desk from Nelson Mandela. He wisely said, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair." Let's make sure that every British Columbian continues to take advantage of the many health and social benefits of having the opportunity to play sport in a system that is safe, fair, and equitable. Increased funding for sport would be a game changer. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will now move to questions by members. Any questions by members? I don't see any questions. So thank you so much for your presentation today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. The committee will take a recess at this point. Thank you. Okay, we will call the committee back to order and have our next presenter join us. We have Kyle Empringham from the Starfish Canada joining us. Thank you for coming early to present to us as well. You have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for question after that, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Yes, thank you everyone for your time and energy to listen to folks across British Columbia on the budget. My name is Kyle Empringham. I'm a representative of the Starfish Canada. We are a national youth climate charity that's based in Victoria, British Columbia. We help young people attain the education, resources, and tools to contribute meaningfully to a climate resilient future, again, both here in British Columbia and across the country. There's a lot of research, including some from Reclimate, that suggests that the supermajority of Canadians truly want action on climate change, that planning and target are important, but we do need to see meaningful action in this space. I definitely want to applaud the BC government for making strides in this regard. I do want to also note that through the review and analysis of the mandate letters that were presented to this most recent government, there's a lot of removal of climate language compared to the 2021 letters. But what we do know, more importantly, is that youth need space to convene, connect, to engage with each other on these climate matters. We are the Starfish Canada, and we host 75 national youth climate leaders at the Checkima Centre in Squamish, BC, every year. Through that, youth honestly tell us that they feel alone, they feel isolated, and they feel disconnected. That is until they come to our summit and they see how there is a community-centric approach to climate action that is truly possible. I think we sometimes see climate action as simply reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And while that's certainly one part of the puzzle, to build a just and equitable solution, community certainly needs to be involved. Youth need to be involved. And the British Columbia government has a crucial role to play, ensuring that young people's voices are heard and accounted for in how decisions are made. When you involve community-oriented actions as a part of your climate strategy, youth truly feel alive. Building community is a commonly known way to build mental health among youth. When young people feel engaged with their peers and they feel like they're working towards a common cause, incredible things can happen. So when you think about youth and climate engagement as a meaningful way to understand priorities of a certain population, please do not forget that building an approach rooted in community engagement can genuinely meet public health priorities. And what we found through our work is that it genuinely changes lives. So today, while I could present to you 3 total recommendations, I want to focus on just one. My one recommendation is to continue to prioritize youth engagement as a component of your budget, especially within the climate space. The Climate Action Secretariat is well on its way to doing so, and allocating increased funds to this important work means that you will be able to maintain an important component of climate action and community resilience. For us, it's imperative and an obligation that we continue to do this work in a way that roots us within the youth climate movement. Thank you so much for the time. I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll move to questions by members. Any questions by members? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The committee will take a recess. Thank you very much. welcome back. We will call the committee back to order and move on with our next presenter. We have Kristen Walters from Raincoast Conservation Foundation joining us. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Kristen Walters. I'm a biologist with Raincoast Conservation Foundation. Raincoast is an independent science organization based on the coast, and we use peer-reviewed literature to advance species recovery of endangered and at-risk species as well as their habitats. So today for this meeting, I really wanted to start with a conservation win that is directly a result of the province's investment into the Watershed Security Fund in 2023, which was $100 million that provided funds for watershed-based projects. And then I'll move on for my two kind of asks. But first, this conservation win was in partnership with Shwakam Tribal Council, which is a tribal council representing 5 different Indian bands in Merritt, based in and around Merritt, BC, in the interior. And we secured funds from the Watershed Security Fund to do monitoring projects on the Coldwater River to determine the flow that was available for salmon, as well as areas of thermal refugia habitat, cold water that upwells from the ground and provides salmon really important thermal refugia habitat during the summer. And I think most importantly out of this work that came from the Watershed Security Fund is we were able to hire 4 Indigenous youth who were just finishing high school and pay them to be field technicians and really introduce them into the world of Western science. And so this is a multi-year project. It's been supported by the province. And so we really just wanted to kind of celebrate that win before we move into this next idea. And it's really thinking about how can we continue to support work like this. We know that the budget, the provincial budget, there's a deficit, funds are limited. And so our colleagues, we have really thought about how can we support in revenue generation. And so we would like to put forward a revenue generating solution, which is updating the water rental rates. And we suggest dedicating 10% of these water rental rates, or around $50 million a year, back into the Watershed Security Fund to grow the watershed workforce. And I know this is an ask and a suggestion being put forward by the Watershed Security Coalition and member organizations, of which Raincoast is a member. And so we wanted to echo that solution to revenue challenges as kind of like a win-win solution to be able to reinvest more money into the Watershed Security Fund. And so with increased revenue from water rental rates, again, supporting or reinvesting $50 million a year back into the Watershed Security Fund would allow not only more job creation of Indigenous youth who we work with, but really supporting the watershed workforce, which healthy watersheds already support 47,000 jobs and contribute to $5 billion to BC's GDP. So it's a really important workforce. And then secondly, with that increased revenue that comes from water rental fees, investing another $5 to $10 million to support local watershed boards. We hear in our work on the ground with communities and Indigenous nations that people really want to have governance challenges, or where there's challenges, they want to have government decision-making and governance happen at the local level. We know the province can be spread thin, and so really providing more funds to empower local communities to manage water, especially under increasingly drought and at-risk conditions for wildfire, we think would also be a great solution. It would take some of the burden off of the province and limited capacity. And we've seen in areas like the Cowichan watershed and the Nicola watershed that local water governance really helps reduce conflict. So those are a couple of asks. We know that revenue can come from updated water rental fees, and our asks are to reinvest that money into the Watershed Security Fund and provide some funds for local watershed boards. So with that, I can wrap up and just thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming to share with us about what you do and keeping watersheds safe, keeping water safe. I am just wanting to confirm that when you're discussing having $50 million go back from the water rental rates, you're talking about a $50 million that would result as of raised water rates.
Correct. Yes. So if the water rental rates were raised, the additional revenue that would be generated, 50 million, could be reinvested.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Recognizing MLA Morissette.
Thank you. Does your group have suggestions for water rates, for what to look at? Or
I would have to refer to the Watershed Security Coalition, who is really leading this work. I know they have put specific figures on what a water rental rate could look like. I know BC has the lowest water rental rates across the country, around $2.25 for 100 million liters. And I think importantly, BC has an opportunity to look to Quebec. They are in a similar situation where they had low water rental rates. They increased that, and they were able to reinvest those some of those funds into their Blue Fund, which is very similar to our Watershed Security Fund. So there's a model in place in Canada where rental rates have been increased, but I could refer back to my colleagues at the Watershed Security Coalition for what a specific rental rate increase could look like.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and presenting to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Martin Littlejohn from Western Canada Mountain Bike Tourism Association joining us. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Martin Littlejohn. I'm the Executive Director with the Western Canada Mountain Bike Tourism Association. I've been with the organization for 20 years. British Columbia is world-renowned for mountain biking. Riders from across the globe dream of coming here, not because of some carefully executed plan, but because a small group of passionate residents carved trails through our forests and built something magical. What started as grassroots trail building in the 90s has grown into a global phenomenon. BC is the birthplace of free-ride mountain biking, an innovation that changed the sport forever and continues to attract visitors and admiration from around the globe. Today, mountain biking is more than just a sport. It's a cultural force. It's a tourism driver and a catalyst for community development. We recognize 4 core mountain bike tourism products in BC, the BC uniquely offers. Community trail networks, including adaptive trails, are the backbone of our riding culture. Lift access bike parks with 11 resorts operating this year, possibly the largest concentration found anywhere. Independent adventure operators, offering everything from guided alpine rides to Indigenous-led mountain bike tours. Events and festivals, which celebrate BC's riding culture and community all over the province. Together, these offerings draw hundreds of thousands of visitors and fuel local economies, supporting bike shops, restaurants, breweries, hotels, and more. But here's the real story. Mountain biking is woven into the DNA of dozens of BC communities, many of which are small towns in rural BC. And these trails don't just serve mountain bikers and attract visitors. They're shared by hikers, dog walkers, trail runners, and families. In places like Cumberland, Rossland, Burns Lake, and Williams Lake, trails have helped shift local economies from purely resource extraction to sustainable outdoor recreation. And it's working. In Squamish, for example, mountain biking visitor spending increased by 260% between 2016 and 2023 to over $26 million annually. That's a staggering number for a small community. But here's the paradox. The local trail association, SORCA, is still struggling to maintain the very trails that drive that spending. this disconnect between economic impact and financial support is a problem echoed across BC. We've known for decades that trails generate significant economic returns, but despite the billions in spending generated by the outdoor recreation sector in the province, most of the organizations that build and maintain trails are still scraping by. Why? Because trails, as vital as they are, don't generate direct revenue in the way ski hills or golf courses do. They rely almost entirely on volunteers, donations, and uncertain funding from grants. And this is the crux of the issue. We are underfunding the very infrastructure that supports BC's identity as supernatural British Columbia, and we're risking the long-term sustainability of one of our most valuable tourism and community development assets. What we need is a new, more effective funding model, one that recognizes the true value of our trails to tourism, to health and well-being, to climate resilience, and to strengthen our communities. A model that ensures consistent, sustainable support, not one-off grants, but foundational core funding that is desperately needed. Trails are not a great business model on their own, but they are essential to the broader economy and support communities in ways that go far beyond the trails themselves. We have two recommendations for the committee. First, we recommend that the province establish a provincial working group for sustainable trail funding by engaging key ministries such as tourism, forests, environment, Indigenous relations, and municipal affairs, tasked with developing a sustainable long-term funding model to support nonprofit trail stewardship organizations in BC. Secondly, we strongly recommend that the province support the Outdoor Recreation Council of BC's call for increased investment in outdoor recreation infrastructure and access across the province. Thank you for your time and for considering this critical investment in BC's future.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move to questions by members. Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hello, and thank you for your question. Thank you for your presentation. Sorry, I get to ask the questions, which is really lovely. We've had a few presentations related to outdoor recreation and sport and the value they bring to British Columbia. I think every presentation has emphasized the need to invest in both the infrastructure and the workforce for outdoor recreation. And you didn't really get to talk about your third point, which was the increased investment in outdoor recreation infrastructure. And so I'm hoping to just give you a little bit more time to do that now.
Well, I mean, for us, really, it's the trails are sort of the center of that. You know, that infrastructure is what's most important to us. There is occasionally there's funding to help build trails, but one of the things that's sort of an ongoing effort is the maintenance of trails. And there's really nothing in the province that supports that currently. So it's, again, other than volunteers. You know, as far as, you know, infrastructure investment, broadly speaking, for outdoor recreation, I mean, that's something we certainly endorse. And that was the second point, was the recommendations that the Outdoor Recreation Council is making, and that's I believe it's a $30 million investment in infrastructure, as well as improved access through resource roads to some of the recreation areas in the province that are currently not well maintained. And thirdly, is they also have the Outdoor Rec Fund, which was a $10 million investment from the province a couple of years ago, which is unfortunately is just really inadequate for the need that's out there. Only about 15% of those who apply actually get anything from it, and there's small grants that are really, you know, only kind of scratch the surface of what's required right now. So that's kind of my view on this from the mountain biking sector's perspective.
Recognizing MLA Morissette.
Thank you. I'm from the West Kootenays, and each of our towns has mountain biking trails, and in my experience, it's been no problem to get grant money to build the trails, but it's the ongoing operations that are the challenge. And you're asking for some sort of a committee to look at that, how we could restructure funding, that sort of thing, correct?
That's right. I mean, these trails attract visitors. They're travel generators. They're the things that actually really, inject a lot of money into the tourism industry and to local businesses. But, and that spending, we've studied it, we've looked at it, we've got those numbers, we know what it represents, at least in terms of mountain biking trails. But, which is great. We're happy to see that happen, but some of that needs to come back into the trail systems to maintain them, because we just don't have the volunteer resources to keep up with the demand now. One time it worked fine, but we're way beyond that now. And just at the complexity of dealing with the requirements of land use and so on, the capacity that these volunteers have is stretched way beyond what they're capable of delivering. So,
yeah, for sure. And just to follow that up, it's in one of my communities of Rossland, there's probably hundreds of kilometers of mountain bike trail that just can't be maintained by volunteers. And it's made Rossland in particular and Nelson into 12-month destination resorts rather than just winter skiing resorts. So yeah, there definitely is a need, and probably is a need to have a sort of committee that also includes those that benefit from it, like restaurants, hotels, etc.
yeah, I agree, and I think it would be a combination of government, industry, as well as those organizations that represent the users themselves.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter. We have Chris Hebb from BC Hockey League. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a written presentation, but I did like the idea of being able to present to the standing committee who the British Columbia Hockey League is. We are a junior-aged hockey league that has 15 teams in British Columbia, everywhere from Prince George to Powell River to Victoria to Cranbrook. We're in the Okanagan. And the league is 63 years old. And we haven't been sophisticated enough to really seek government support for what amounts to an amateur hockey league that is run by owners in each of these communities. The owners are in a position of having costs risen heavily over the last 5 to 10 years. They are the principal tenants of many of the arenas that we have in our small communities, and they convey to all of these communities a social and cultural value based on the fact that these 16 to 20-year-old athletes are playing hockey in their communities, and half of the players in our league get college commitments to Division I schools in the United States. We also have kids that end up in Canadian universities as well. But at the end of the day, the premise for our league is to give an opportunity to a young man to pursue an education through his hockey talents. Now, in the past, we have never had the sophistication to be able to access dollars. But I think that seeing that there was a select standing committee, I thought maybe we go right to the source and make a case. We do know that there are community grants and things like that that we can access, but really for our league, what makes the most sense is for there to be some sort of access to direct government funding because of the economic, social, and cultural impact we have on these communities. During COVID, our league obviously had to shut down, and over a period of time, we worked very closely with provincial health authorities, and that was really the first time we had any interaction with the province. And I think it's probably time that we did a better job of making sure everybody knew the impact that we have on the province of British Columbia. I know that what the group is looking for is some recommendations. You probably have thousands of them. And I know that the process is to give you 3 recommendations. I'll get to those in a second, but one of the things that the committee should be aware of is that the BCHL, unlike other leagues that you may see around minor hockey associations, is not under any governing body, federal or provincial. It operates completely on its own with owners that are what amounts to philanthropists in each of these communities who keep the teams afloat and create the opportunity for these athletes. So I wanted to give you my recommendations, and I will read them to you, and I don't know if I can submit them. But the first recommendation is organizations like the BCHL that do not have a governing body, federally or provincially, be given the opportunity to present their case for direct government funding, or in an alternative way through mechanisms like the BC Lotteries Corporation, which really the monies from that are to go to communities. Secondly, funding should be administered directly and not through organizations like Via Sport, which does not support applications from us because we are not operating under a federal or provincial sports body. We operate on our own, and we continue to do that. And thirdly, given the cultural, social, and economic impact of the BCHL on communities throughout our province, funding should be directed to the league office, not to the teams or to those owners, but to the league office, which operates as a nonprofit society. And we also would not like to see dollars taken away from the gaming grants, which are very useful for levels of sport below us. So those are the recommendations we'd like to make. I'm free to take questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move to questions by members. Any questions by members recognizing MLA Morissette?
Thank you for the presentation. I agree on the impact that BCHL has on small communities. Huge. In many small communities, it's the biggest event that regularly happens in them, and it's an economic driver for small towns, and it's where people gather and have a fun evening out. It's really critical to small communities. Now, how for government to support that is another struggle, being that they're essentially private businesses, so there have to be a way to sort out how to support them. But you're looking for direct government funding and funding directly to the league versus to teams.
Yeah, the way we see it is, and my understanding is in the Alberta Junior Hockey League, there is a portion of the funds that are allocated by their lottery corporation that go directly to the AJHL's head office. I don't know the number, but we have heard about $250,000 a year goes directly to the league to help support it, supporting the teams that are making an impact in these communities. And the communities, obviously, as you say, come out to support them. But it's a very affordable level of sport that we're offering, and so the tickets are in the neighborhood of $10 as opposed to what you would pay for a Canuck game or something, or even a Western Hockey League game. So the revenue opportunity there is a lot more limited than in other instances. So yes, direct funding to us as a nonprofit society, which is what the league office is. And then what that does is defrays the costs of running the league office so that the owners don't have to spend more money to keep the organization afloat.
Mm-hmm. If just a follow-up, yeah, and I can attest to, one of my sons is an alumni, and I can attest to the benefit to the athletes themselves, but that's just a tiny piece compared to the benefit to the community. Yeah, I have to think about this, how this could work, but thank you for bringing it forward.
Can I just tell one story? Because we speak a lot about, the benefits for the athletes. And one of the benefits that has arisen over the last couple of years is we have endeavored to take 2 of our teams into other BC communities that don't have BCHL teams. So we play every family day in February in a small little rink with 2 of our teams playing on a Saturday and a Sunday. And we have connected with Indigenous nations. So we've connected with the Heisla group in Kitimat and the Lataco Dene in Quesnel and the Burns Lake Babine Nation. And one of the things that has happened there, I think the committee should be aware of. We were going in there to give our kids an experience outside of their normal community. But what it's done, especially for the kids on the reserves, where we send our players to play floor hockey with them, they read to them, they invite them to the games. There's been an amazing connection made to the point now where we always have a banquet of traditional native food on the Friday night when we take our teams there. And some of our players from far-flung communities have been eating moose nose and soapberry ice cream and these types of things. So there is a legitimate cultural aspect of this. And the chief, Murphy Abraham of Lake Babine Nation, told a story about, he's heard a lot about reconciliation, but this is the first time he's seen it. Because we didn't do it because it was a government program or it was driven by some sort of, set of circumstances that were politically motivated. We're just there because we think it's a really good thing for our kids and we really think it's a good thing for communities. So that's the type of thing this league does, and I think it deserves support.
Thank you so much for that additional information as well. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much. We will move on to our next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next presenter, we have Kristen Poulos from Okanagan Transit Alliance. Thank you so much for presenting to us today. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you may begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kirsten Pullis, and I'm here on behalf of the Okanagan Transit Alliance to urge you to invest in a connected, reliable, and locally managed public transit system across BC, one that strengthens our economy, supports both urban and rural communities, and gives young people a real alternative to car dependence. This budget cycle, we're asking for 3 things. First, fund province-wide inner-city transit. BC needs a province-wide public intercity bus agency. When Greyhound left, a lot of communities were cut off. BC Transit's existing patchwork of small systems is not enough to connect the province. Imagine what rapid intercity transit could mean in the Okanagan. Highway 97 could become a rapid transit spine from Vernon all the way to Penticton, with stops at major schools including UBC Okanagan and Okanagan College, connecting young people to both opportunity and shrinking emissions. In this election cycle, the NDP promised to connect the province with an expanded express bus service, building on the successful BC North bus service, including a new fleet of express buses between key transportation hubs. We would like to see that promise implemented. Our second ask is to expand service frequency on existing BC Transit routes, starting with high growth areas. The province needs to fund more frequent service on existing routes, especially in fast growing communities. Consider Route 8 in Kelowna, serving Okanagan College. The route sees a lot of overcrowding, with buses skipping stops because they're too full. We've heard from several students that they started out in college relying on public transit, and then they ended up having to buy vehicles because they couldn't count on finding a spot on the bus in the morning on the way to school. Or Route 90 between Vernon and Kelowna, a crucial intercity connector with limited hours and inconsistent service. This route is also the only route from the airport into Kelowna, which actually ends at the nearby university, making it mostly unusable for tourism. We need these kinds of routes to run consistently and 7 days a week if we're serious about any kind of mode shift. Better frequency doesn't just mean better transit, it means more local jobs. Every added bus shift is work for a driver, a mechanic, a scheduler. It's local employment with an added public benefit. And our final ask, our third ask, is to support local public management of transit systems and end the wasteful privatized contracts that send public money abroad. Transit should be publicly run, it should be locally accountable, it should be built to serve communities and not faraway shareholders. Public transit is a public service that communities need to function well, similar to roads and healthcare and public libraries. There's also very limited competition for a lot of these contracts, and the companies are frequently bought out, further reducing the number of options that communities have when selecting a private contractor. In these cases, privatization of the service does not lead to the economic benefits that you might see in other sectors. In a time of increasing global instability, we need to reclaim local control. Transit jobs should be public sector, good paying, and unionized jobs. And the province should stop outsourcing to private operators that cost more and deliver less. In closing, we're asking for three things: fund province-wide intercity transit, increase frequency on key routes starting in fast-growing regions, and support local public control of transit service. Transit's a climate solution, an equity solution, and importantly, a made in Canada economic strategy. Let's invest in it properly. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. We will now move to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We've had a few presentations about transit, so it's not that we're not interested, it's that we've already questioned out the other previous ones. I just wanted to thank you for advocating for transit and for one of the most commonly used methods of transportation for young people today. So, all the best.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Recognizing MLA Morissette.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Coming from a rural area as well, you've hit the nail on the head with those three items. Those are critical items in rural BC. In my riding, we have transit, and all three of those things impact our transit and transportation between intercity transportation is lacking in rural BC with the advent of Greyhound closing shop. So thank you for your advocacy.
Totally. Yeah. It's made a big difference in our communities, and appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting to us today.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presenter, we have Morgan Auger from herself. Thanks for visiting and presenting to us today. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Morgan Auger, and I'm a licensed commercial mariner, founding director of the Morgan Auger Foundation, and a member of the BC Nautical Residents Association. I'm also the owner of the Senatua, a commercial fishing vessel that's active in BC waters. I'm also a manager of data platforms and data operations for one of Canada's larger multi-channel retailers. I'm here today to ask the province to consider including in its next budget a $100,000 one-year study and a $1 million pilot program to help address the affordability crisis by supporting infrastructure that helps British Columbians live full-time on their vessels as an alternative to the traditional housing supply. The per unit cost of new housing supported through this small investment would be a fraction of the cost of building new housing from scratch in the traditional housing pool. In addition, it would help increase the resilience for residents who are already living on vessels by legitimizing their housing choices and including them in provincial planning and support structures. This small investment would make living on a vessel more attractive and relieve pressure on land-based housing by getting people to live in marinas or at anchor, even in BC's beautiful waters. It will also bring fairness to an overlooked population of British Columbians and help stimulate remote coastal community economies by bringing vessels and their owners into the local economy where they'll do their shopping. British Columbia's affordability crisis touches almost everyone, and I'm sure everyone in this room is fully aware of that, but it doesn't impact us all to the same extent. I'm going to briefly look at 4 real households to show just how unequal the experience of affordability can be in British Columbia today, and why modest support for non-traditional housing, such as liveaboards, can make a meaningful difference for many people. Household 1 is resilient retirees, a retired household in their 80s. They own their home outright in Vancouver and live on a stable indexed income thanks to their pension and savings. They've carefully tracked food costs for over a decade, actually for 15 years, and I've got this data. And according to the data that was provided me, a kilo of sirloin in 2011 cost $16. Today, it's $60, significantly higher than the increase of the CPI. Their grocery basket is essentially quadrupled in cost. For them, though, inflation is frustrating. It's not catastrophic because they're mostly protected. In comparison, a professionally employed liveaboard like myself, I live on a commercial fishing vessel. I work remotely. I manage my costs. Really, food cost is the main issue. However, I'm mostly prevented from accessing infrastructure because of the nature of my living arrangements. Many boaters are not professionals with high incomes, however. They turn to the waters to escape unaffordable rents, inaccessible housing, or unsafe shelters for the people who rely on social services. In many municipalities, we face bylaws designed to displace us, and the province has no count of us, yet we exist in the thousands. Some data suggests there's up to 5,000 people living on vessels in BC. I'm going to keep on going and get to the ask to speed this up. What I'm proposing that you look at is spend $100,000 on a provincial study to map the liveaboard community in British Columbia and to look at who they are, what their needs are, and what opportunities there are to provide services that actually would reduce cost to the province. Further, I'd love to see, and I propose this is a very good financial approach, $1 million set aside in matching funds for municipalities and First Nations to improve infrastructures, things like dinghy docks, breakwater improvements, utilities, pump out services, sewage treatment incentives, to encourage the adoption of certified marine sanitation devices to address pollution, and tie this into the lease-based requirements for the access by marinas to provincial water lots to require that they support liveaboard boats in order to be able to run commercial operations. The cost of this could be offset by a licensing program or simply a participation program. And when you consider that it costs well under $25,000 to retrofit a single marina berth for a liveaboard, it's so much less expensive than the cost of one unit of housing. I'm going to be posting this information complete on the blog for my website, morganauger.ca, in case you'd like to review it at a future date. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move to questions by members for recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hello, thank you. This is the only presentation we've had about this, so I'm glad that you came to talk about it. I am wondering, can you talk about when you are living aboard a vessel, what kind of services are very challenging for someone who lives aboard a vessel? What is it hardest for them to access within community?
Okay, the number one hard, so I live on a large vessel, so I have slightly different needs, and I'm able to manage my needs. But looking at the needs of the everyday boater that lives on a vessel, the number one most difficult situation is for their daily life. Most providers, municipal or provincial or even federal providers of dock access for their dinghies, limit dock access to 3 hours per day. To give you an idea, in much of Victoria and all of Vancouver, it's not possible to go to shore for more than 3 hours at a time, which means that you cannot participate in doctor's appointments. You cannot go to anything that takes longer than 3 hours. This is a huge impediment. The second biggest thing that matters today, I would say, is safe harbor during the storm season in the wintertime. Municipalities have tended to build themselves up around safe harbors. You know, Vancouver built around Cole Harbor and False Creek. Victoria built around Victoria Harbor. To give you two examples, Nanaimo built around the Nanaimo Harbor. And because of over demand and undersupply, municipalities have been tempted to put in stifling regulation to put in too much constraint on the ability of a boat to come for shelter for a few days just because it's necessary. And finally, I would say the third worst thing is that provincial infrastructure in the form of docks, which are provincially regulated on provincial marine leases, have a surplus of unused vessels there. And the people who are liveaboards and are on at anchor are mostly at anchor because they're prohibited from being on the docks. And they're prohibited from being on the docks because the insurance supplier puts in a prohibition from liveaboards in the riders for the insurance. And this is in some cases, but in most cases, there are bylaws written by the municipalities to prohibit liveaboards. And finally, the docks are saturated by derelict vessels that are grandfathered and they're just sitting there. So an effort to clean that up and to address those three issues would bring the most powerful impact on boaters who live on their vessels.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for presenting to us today.
Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
And giving me this.
Thank you. We will, as a committee, take a recess. Thank you. Okay, we are back. And I will call the committee back to order and move on with our next presenter. We have Matthew Roy from Trans Canada Trail. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for a question, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and committee member, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Matthew Roy. I am the CEO of Trans Canada Trail, the organization that advocates for, stewards, and champions Canada nationwide trail system. At more than 29,000 kilometers, it is the longest recreational trail in the world. In British Columbia alone, the trail stretches over 3,000 kilometers. Since 2019, our organization has invested almost $3.5 million to support local trail with infrastructure grant resources across the province. Our support has catalyzed a total investment of over $19 million in trail development in BC over that period. Again, this year in BC, we will support trail project and an investment over $650,000. We are estimating the total investment that this $600,000 will catalyze $2.9 million in trail. These dollar amounts do not consider the value of Trans-Canada Trail add in terms of technical expertise, data collection and sharing, and the weight of our advocacy as a leader in the sector. The Trans-Canada Trail is a multi-generational pan-Canadian effort built by and for communities in every province and territories, unifying us all. But the trail are at risk, and the natural environment we cherish are in trouble. I won't need to convince anyone on this call that British Columbia is experiencing the impacts of climate change. Flooding, wildfires, and extreme weather events impact lives, ecosystem, and infrastructure. As the province rebuilt and plans ahead, trail infrastructure should be recognized and funded as a vital component of climate adaptation. Trails serve multiple roles in this context. They provide access for emergency responses, act as fire break, protect green spaces, and offer people meaningful connection to nature, fostering a culture of stewardship. With that in mind, we offer 3 recommendations that can help the province of British Columbia reinforce its commitment to trail as a vital public infrastructure in the face of climate change. First, we recommend that funding level are maintained or increased for recreation site and trails BC under the Ministry of Environment and Parks. This will support rebuilding and repairing following the trail following several climate events. Rec Site and Trail BC oversee many trails in the province, including the Kettle Valley Rail Trail, which is currently experiencing significant closures. A decision to maintain or increase existing funding will demonstrate a recognition that trail connectivity and safety suffers from climate events, resulting in closed section and a long list of downstream effects on tourism, economic development, physical, and mental well-being. Second, we recommend supporting and investing in the operation of the volunteer-led trail organization. These organizations are on the ground implementing best practices in trail construction, maintenance, and preservation. This will help to ensure that the trails we love withstand future climate events. And finally, we recommend long-term planning investment in trail connectivity, including section of the Trans-Canada Trail. Ongoing plan improvement to a trail network will better connect people to nature, to community, and to each other. We know that to protect nature, people need to care about nature. Trails are the tool to support that connection. In closing, I want to thank the province for its continued leadership in protecting nature and investing in the trails that connect us to the land and to one another. Trans-Canada Trail is ready to work with you to bring this vision to life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll move to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Merci, Monsieur Roy. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your advocacy on this. Getting people outside is a huge public benefit and health benefit. And I noticed that your second recommendation was around supporting those volunteer-led groups that support, maintain, preserve the trails. Did you have like a funding amount that you had dedicated to that initiative?
We don't have a funding amount. We know that there were other representation made by trail organization and outdoor recreation group from BC into this hearing. So we want the government, BC government, to follow these recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing MLA Morissette.
Thank you for your presentation. That's an important trail for us in BC, in particularly rural BC, I would say. Comes through my area, and some of it that you mentioned, the Kettle Valley Trail, which connects to the Columbia and Western Trail in my area. That being old rail trail, it's challenging because of, like you say, climate events and so on. Several portions of it have slid away without maintenance, and there's tunnels and trestles that need maintenance that are not cheap. They cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to maintain. And the impact is huge because we get people coming through there. I see people from all over the world and all over the province coming through. And without that trail, we lose all that. So how much money did you say you're spending in BC currently?
This year, we're going to invest $650,000 in the province.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably a drop in what we actually need to, yeah.
It's a drop in the bucket,
yeah,
but it's part of the ongoing maintenance. And I know the government of BC provided funding to BC Rec and Site, I think it's in 2023, to support the maintenance of the Kettle Valley Trail and the rail trail in general. But there's a big need there because those infrastructure are aging and they are a very important economic driver for the province.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions by members? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today to present to us.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presenter, we have Dan Huang Taylor from Food Banks BC. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you just mentioned, my name is Dan Huang Taylor and I'm the Executive Director at Food Banks BC. I'm currently out of province traveling for work and I'm joining you today from the traditional unceded lands of the Kanika Nation. Food Banks BC is the member association for BC's charitable hunger relief sector, comprised of over 140 member and non-member organizations reaching over 250,000 people in need every month. Our mission is to alleviate hunger today and to prevent hunger tomorrow for all British Columbians. And I thank the committee for allowing me this opportunity to speak to the urgent need to prioritise food access and food security. British Columbia is facing an escalating food insecurity crisis. Since 2019, the number of visits to BC food banks has almost doubled, all while donations continue to drop. BC's hunger relief organisations are buckling under the weight of this crisis. We acknowledge and commend the commitment to address food resiliency through strengthening local supply chains, supporting BC-made products and taking steps towards greater access to local food. But food affordability and general living costs will continue to increase demand on food banks. The outlook for personal and household food insecurity remains deeply concerning. In 2025, the household grocery bills are projected to rise by over $800 per year. So with over a quarter of BC households living paycheck to paycheck, any increase in the cost of life's essentials will push more people to food banks. Our first recommendation is to maintain and reinvest in existing programs. Eliminating hunger in BC is a long-term objective, but immediate action is essential. In the short and medium term, the work of non-profit community-based organizations is critical to addressing the growing need. These organizations serve as the frontline response, providing not only food access, but serving as a gateway to other critical supports, including employment readiness, settlement services, and health services. In 2023, Food Banks BC was deeply grateful to be the recipient of $6 million from the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction to support food banks over a 3-year period. We're in the final year of that funding, and in that time, the number of clients and visits has increased by over 20%. To continue this essential work, hunger relief charities must be supported with stable, sustained funding and resources. Failing to invest in the sustainability of these programs comes at a high cost. Without adequate support, we risk seeing increased rates of homelessness, greater strain on mental health and healthcare systems, and rising costs to government services. Most significantly, individuals, particularly children and vulnerable populations, may face long-term consequences that impact their health, development, and ability to thrive. With the priority of this government stated as protecting the services that people rely on, food insecurity programs should be seen through this lens. Recommendation number 2 is to establish regional distribution centers that will support large-scale food collection, processing, and distribution in the long term. Centralizing food collection will allow for food to be received, processed, stored, and distributed on a regional scale. Working in collaboration, the province, municipalities, nonprofits, and the agri-food sector have the opportunity to develop a system that will support farmers and producers while moving large volumes of BC food into communities. The Mustard Seed Food Bank in Nanaimo will open such a facility in the next 12 months, leading to enhanced access for over 100 charities across Vancouver Island. The rest of the province needs to be able to benefit from the same regional infrastructure. And in addition to meeting everyday demand, these resources and a strengthened network will be critically important during crises and emergency weather events, improving resilience and response capacity across BC. And recommendation number 3 is to streamline and build efficiencies through a whole of government approach. As government looks to streamline services and build greater efficiencies in future investments, there's a significant opportunity to strengthen efforts to address food insecurity through a coordinated, whole of government approach. We strongly believe that more effective outcomes can be achieved where ministries and agencies align under a shared vision for food security in BC. This approach will promote reciprocal capacity building, foster learning and innovation, and enhance coordination across departments and levels of government. It would also ensure that investments are complementary rather than duplicative and response to the realities of communities on the front lines of this work. To advance this vision, we recommend the creation of a cross-ministerial task force on food insecurity. Its mandate would include identifying and advising on structural changes to improve integration, accelerate innovation, and better align government supports with community-based efforts. By initiating this process through a task force model, government can take a meaningful step toward long-term systems change while also building the foundations for more responsive, equitable, and resilient food systems in BC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will now move on to question by members. Any questions by members? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Okay, thank you very much for your time once again.
Thank you very much. We will take a recess at this point. Thank you. Welcome back. I'll call the committee back to order and continue with our next presenter. We have Rose Gardner from Hub Cycling. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Rose Gardner, as you said, the Executive Director of Hub Cycling. We're a British Columbia not-for-profit driven by a simple mission: to get more people cycling more often. We do this by empowering communities, educating youth and adults, advocating for safe routes, and collaborating with business and governments to make cycling a viable everyday transportation choice. Our first recommendation is to increase the BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program to at least $100 million annually. This is up from $20 million in 25-26 and will unlock vital local infrastructure. The province's current cost share for active transportation is always oversubscribed. Local governments are already stretched, dealing with urgent priorities like housing, public safety, and the toxic drug crisis. Without more provincial support, crucial active transportation projects such as sidewalks and bike lanes that improve mobility, affordability, and health are being delayed or canceled. Last year, our data shows that 39% of British Columbian adults cycled weekly, and communities across BC want walking and cycling networks, but they can't build them alone. The current $20 million program is shared amongst 161 municipalities and 202 First Nations, is underfunded and oversubscribed. This ongoing underfunding means delays, cancellations, and missed opportunities. And by boosting the provincial contribution to $100 million yearly, it will help those local governments deliver the infrastructure that supports transportation affordability, safety, and economic recovery. This isn't a new program, it's an existing one that's effective and just needs to scale up to meet public demand. And we believe the $100 million annual contribution will help our BC communities build healthier, more affordable, and more accessible future. Hub Cycling's second recommendation is to allocate $8 million annually for comprehensive cycling and walking education programs. These programs should target all ages, improving equitable access, safety, confidence, and uptake. Many British Columbians, especially those in equity-deserving communities such as Indigenous peoples, racialized groups, youth, newcomers, low-income families, seniors, and people with disabilities, face real barriers to safe and affordable transportation. And to ensure equitable access to mobility and health, we need specialized, culturally relevant, and age-appropriate programs. Without this education, people just lack the skills and confidence to walk or ride safely, perpetuating these disparities. Active transportation education is key to accelerating the mode shift and ensuring equitable access. It speeds up adoption, it increases the use of new and existing infrastructure like sidewalks and bike lanes, it supports access to transit, and improves safety through education on etiquette and injury prevention. An increased investment like this will provide cycling and walking education that meets those cultural, linguistic, accessibility needs of marginalized communities and can be delivered through various partnerships. It will fund school-based programs like Everyone Rides for all BC children. It will fully fund affordable, accessible, culturally relevant adult education programs, including online and in-person options. It can expand behavior change campaigns such as Go by Bike Week or Bike to School Week with targeted outreach in equity-deserving communities and develop safe, accessible, multilingual resources and inclusive marketing that reflects the needs of marginalized groups. Our third recommendation is to provide regular, annual, and expanded mean-tested rebates and financing options for electric assist and adaptive cycles. This will make low-emission, affordable transportation accessible for everyone. The high upfront cost of e-bikes, adaptive bikes, and cargo cycles limit access for lower-income and disabled British Columbians, again, hindering their participation in active transportation and climate action. And the data from here in BC shows that e-bike adoption increases cycling rates, reduces motor vehicle kilometers, and lowers greenhouse gas emissions 3 times more cost-effectively than e-car rebates. The provincially offered mean tested rebates from a few years ago were highly successful, being oversubscribed within 24 hours. And to have lasting impact, these financial incentives must be annual and ongoing, and not just one-time programs. Equity deserving communities need that predictable, stable support to adopt clean, exclusive transportation. And lastly, to fund these initiatives, we recommend not renewing the $410 million spent on ICBC rebates this year. Next year, that funding could be used to fund all of these programs that benefit everyone, not just drivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move to questions by members. Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, could we please talk more about the means tested rebates? What was the budget the last time they were in? What year did they end? And what's your proposed budget at reimplementation?
Absolutely. My understanding is when they were launched in 2023 of June, the budget was around $6 million, which about 90% of that went directly to rebates with some administration costs. They were oversubscribed like within 24 hours, and they have since been working through that wait list. My understanding is there was some additional funding added to the program this year, but I'm not aware of the exact amount. And I'm not also aware of what the current status of the wait list is and how many people are on it. So there is some flexibility there about what that kind of ongoing funding could look like. But I think there's an opportunity right now with the Clean BC review to see if that program could be annualized and kind of institutionalized at a certain appropriate level.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving to our next presenter. We have Brian Buggy from Vancouver Maritime Centre for Climate. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, my name is, as you said, Brian Buggy of the Vancouver Maritime Centre for Climate, otherwise known as VMCC. We are a grassroots industry-led initiative dedicated to accelerating the transition to a zero-emissions maritime industry in BC that was created as a not-for-profit in early 2020. We consist of over 60 maritime stakeholders, including ports, terminals, ship operators, shipyards, engineering and design firms, supply chain vendors, and maritime professionals. And past and ongoing initiatives include Operation Flagship, our pilot demonstration program, the Green Shipping Strategy, and Green Ship, which is our annual conference. And so after 5 years of operating, we've refreshed our corporate strategy and now seek to act as an aggregator, accelerator, and amplifier of the maritime decarbonization ecosystem. So specifically, as an aggregator, we are the central entity in BC that brings together the maritime industry together on this topic. We're the platform for knowledge sharing through physical and virtual mediums such as webinars and conferences, creating opportunities for members to network and develop a sense of community amongst the maritime decarbonization ecosystem. And as an accelerator, we're the connector, facilitator, and matchmaker of collaborative projects, initiatives, and information, especially between cleantech innovators and early industry adopters. So with our green shipping strategy, Operation Flagship program, and a plan to launch a data and information hub, we hope to accelerate the transition to a cleaner and more competitive maritime economy. And finally, as an amplifier, we're the neutral and objective voice of the sector to government regulators and the public. We are technology agnostic and fuel agnostic. We build consensus between these stakeholders, then help form public policy and identify gaps government can support. So in other words, we seek to drive more prosperity with less pollution. So we believe we're strategically aligned with several provincial goals. BC ports and related transportation and logistics infrastructure is quite important to the BC economy, but even more important to the country. And of course, as you already know, the BC maritime sector is the largest in Canada, generating about $4 billion in output and sustaining more than 34,000 jobs. So the BMCC is strategically aligned with your core provincial plans, including the BC Maritime Industry Strategy, especially Pathway Number 4, in supporting clean fuels and technology and innovation, but also Pathway Number 2 in terms of growing low and zero carbon types of infrastructure. And of course, in Clean BC, especially regarding marine renewable energy, low carbon shipping, electrification of ferries, and other ocean-related low-emission sectors. In the journey to help the maritime sector reduce its emissions, BMCC indirectly helps BC create a more competitive economy, stimulates and supports innovation in the blue economy, and accelerates the energy transition. So with this in mind, we have the following recommendations for the BC Finance Committee. Number 1, to support the competitiveness and economic resilience of BC's trade and investment infrastructure by funding maritime decarbonization initiatives that are foundational for a prosperous future. Number 2, support the attractiveness of BC's economy by supporting investment attraction that directly develops and scales zero-emission fuels and technologies for the maritime industry. And finally, support the Vancouver Maritime Centre for Climate with multi-year funding, which is your industry partner that can help deliver on number 1 and number 2. We are ready to increase the level of collaboration with industry to aggregate, accelerate, and amplify leadership on decarbonization across BC's maritime sector. So your $2.2 million over 3 years ensures a stable operations here at BMCC for us to deliver on that. So thank you for your time, and I'm available for your questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. This is really an important area for advocacy because it is, a huge driver of carbon GHG emissions, and it's really great to engage on this topic about how it can thoughtfully change while maintaining BC's prosperity. I'm hoping this is an area in which I am not an expert, and so it would be really helpful to me. You gave us a list of participants, stakeholders that are inclusive in your organization. Who is not a participant in the organization? What areas of the sector are not engaging at this time?
Well, it's a pretty broad representation in terms of ports, terminals, all kinds of vendors in the supply chain, of course, including ship owners, ship operators. You'll recognize names like C-SPAN, TK. They're certainly at the table. There are some of the terminals that have not yet participated, so we're looking forward to engaging them. We do plan to outreach and meet with them in person. There's some different advantages that container terminals have over the bulk terminals, for example. So terminals like Neptune or Pacific Coast terminals, they're pretty focused on commodities, whereas Dubai Ports World, big global company, often has the resources to fund more initiatives in terms of reducing their impact. So we're always trying to increase our stakeholder engagement, and so far so good. So it's just a matter of making sure that we have the capacity to take that on.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned there's a lot of participation from companies involved in shipping, owners of the vessels. Of course, a big chunk of the traffic that goes in and out of our ports are not from lines that are not owned locally. And how does engagement with those stakeholders work?
Yeah, so many of those companies have offices here in Vancouver. So, for example, the Swire Group, which owns the China Navigation Company, for example, they've got 30 or 40 people in downtown Vancouver. We've engaged with them in the past. They've connected us to, their sustainability teams in Singapore, for example. That's just one example of many. So we do try to include all of the international companies that have a presence here in Vancouver as well, which is incredibly important because some of the great resources that we can bring to bear are located in Copenhagen or Rotterdam or Singapore, and it's great to be connected for best practices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And you mentioned in your last point, your last request, the Vancouver Centre for Climate. Did I get that right?
The Maritime Centre for Climate.
The Maritime Centre. There we go. There. And can you talk a little bit about what that is and how that will interact with your strategy?
Yeah, so it's a not-for-profit founded under the BC Societies Act. We're roughly 5 years old. We currently have a board of directors. We have a leadership team. We have some working groups. There's about 10 volunteers or so that come together on a regular basis. We're actively looking to implement our new corporate strategy, which would allow us to fund some full-time staff. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do, is get key funding in place so that we're not just a volunteer-led organization, which has limited impact, but we have heard enough from our stakeholders that this is something that's gaining a lot of traction, and we would really like to find ways to fund the future impacts that we think we can bring to bear.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer your question?
You did. Yes, I appreciate this. It was again, you're the only group that's come to talk to us about this. So it's always interesting to receive a presentation, and this one was very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation today.
And thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our next presenter. We have Dennis Agar from Movement Metro Vancouver Transit Riders. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready to go. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks for having me here. I'm the Executive Director of Movement Metro Vancouver Transit Riders. We're a pretty new group that represents Metro Vancouver's 1 million transit riders. Advocacy groups like ours have built huge coalitions to pass transit referendums in places like Los Angeles and even Nashville. And they show that even in deep red states, people are willing to vote to increase their own taxes to help pay for transit that doesn't suck. Multiple polls have confirmed that over 80% of the general public in Canada and in Vancouver support increased investment in transit, and it's even 80% among people who drive. Even the BC Trucking Association supports transit investment. I'm not here today to ask you for TransLink operating funding. We'll talk about that some other time. Our group is actually working on a Dragon's Den style event, which will pit different revenue tools against each other to try and help you chart a politically feasible path towards sustainable transit funding. And by the way, if you ever want to talk about that or anything else, please feel free to contact me. You can find my details on the website. I promise I don't bite. But on to my first budget request. This could be the government that finally delivers the major infrastructure projects that have been promised for decades, specifically SkyTrain to UBC and the gondola to SFU. As you probably know, Surrey is now one of the only affordable parts of the region left for students, and transit ridership has been growing so fast in our region's second biggest city. We talked to plenty of people who endure 2-hour commutes just to access the education that will hopefully give students a shot at a better life than their parents had. And rapid transit to BC's 2 biggest campuses will broaden access to university so that students aren't forced to choose between a painful commute or a painful rent bill. My second budget ask is that you follow through on the platform promise to launch a province-wide express intercity bus agency. This is a crucial missing piece, and we've gone too long without it. Places like Washington State, Prince Edward Island, and Virginia have provincial or state bus agencies, and it's an absolute game changer for affordable mobility. Have you ever tried to take a bus from Nanaimo to Victoria? Those cities are pretty close together. It should be relatively cheap and easy, but it costs $40 and the bus only comes 4 times a day. A BC Express bus service could boost frequencies and lower prices to give British Columbians an affordable alternative to driving. And to those British Columbians who can't afford a vehicle at all, buses would allow them to visit family and access opportunities that hasn't been doable without a car in decades. There's actually a UK reality show that forced contestants to navigate BC without a car, and it went really poorly. So you can expect that a provincial bus service will also appeal hugely to those international visitors who are used to transit in their home countries, and that ticket sales from those visitors will cover a huge chunk of the cost of the service that all British Columbians can enjoy. On to my third and final ask. So I understand that the key themes of this government so far are improving affordability and keeping the deficit in check. And I think this last request ticks both of those boxes. There are tens of thousands of bus riders that get stuck in traffic every day on provincial highways. Widening those highways is, of course, a multi-billion-dollar project, but bus priority measures can be added for a tiny fraction of those costs. Indeed, there are already great examples of these measures on the Lions Gate and on Highway 99 in Richmond. There are bus on-shoulder lanes, which are common practice across the continent, which allow buses to sneak past traffic and cost almost nothing to build. If you took action to speed up buses on Highway 91, for example, you could potentially cut in half the travel time between Richmond and Surrey on transit, and actually in rush hour, that transit trip would end up being faster than driving. So the potential appeal is immense, especially considering that buses are full in a lot of those parts of the region. So to sum up, my third ask is to ask the province to allocate budget to a programmatic approach to getting buses out of traffic on provincial highways. And with that, I'll finish. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move on to our question by members. Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you. We've had a few presentations about this already, though this is the first time somebody's asked us about shoulder lane priority for buses, which sounds terrifying, I'm going to be honest, but is obviously working in other jurisdictions and would require some infrastructure. No, I didn't see any specific budget amounts attached to these, and for very good reason. I think, your first ask is gigantic infrastructure projects, and the second and third ones really depend upon the communities in which they are implemented. So I see that, but I just wanted to, thank you for advocating for a sustainable form of transit and for students who get trapped on the transit to SFU and UBC. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Lots of mega commutes from Coquitlam too.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We will go to another question. MLA Deer.
It's more of a comment. Thanks, Dennis, for your advocacy. I always enjoy listening to you. Although UBC Rapid Transit is underway, and hopefully we will have it up and running soon. And SFU as well, it's in the talks. About intercity bus agency, remember we used to have Greyhound and Volt Bus. I sometimes wonder what led to the closure of some of the routes. Is it low ridership? But you're suggesting provincially funded?
Yeah, that's right. And the platform actually includes that as a proposal. 100 years ago, in the early days of Vancouver, even transit was a private project, right? Like public transit was provided by private companies, totally profitable. But over time, the economics of running it changed, and it no longer became profitable. And that happened to the Greyhounds of the world just a few decades later. Transit became unprofitable to run in the 50s, and then intercity transit, that happened in the 90s and the aughts. We see lots of places around the world, like the states and provinces that I mentioned, where the province or the federal government or both kick in a certain amount of money to fund those transit services. We're not making the cost of getting from Kelowna to Vancouver down to $2.60. It's not going to be a TransLink fare.
Mm-hmm.
So riders are still paying a big chunk of that. But what you do when you lower the price is you really get a lot more people in the potential market, which means you can boost frequencies, and you can get to the point where you have a bus going every hour or every few hours up to Kelowna, up to Whistler, out to Nanaimo. So it's potentially a really exciting thing, and you can look to other provinces to see what they've been able to achieve.
Yeah, there has to be some data collection before that project can be started.
No doubt.
The ridership and all. Yeah, but those are really good suggestions. And buses on shoulder lanes is also very interesting. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's nice.
And if you want to check out a bus on shoulder lane today on Highway 99, exiting onto Bridgeport Road, you can see the one that's in use today in BC, but I think it's one of the only ones.
Okay. I would certainly look into this. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presenter. We have Jason Saunderson from Concrete BC. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Saunderson, and I'm the Executive Director of Concrete BC, the 62-year-old association of a vital industry that contributes an estimated $11 billion to BC's GDP and supports some 23,000 well-paying jobs. We represent 155 members, including 61 concrete producers operating at 114 locations across the province, who have a combined fleet of more than 1,185 concrete trucks. The industry uses local labor, locally sourced materials, and supports local economies. Concrete is made in BC. It is a resilient building material comprised of gravel, sand, water, and cement. Most cement used in BC is produced in Richmond and Delta from limestone mined on Texada Island. The Canadian Construction Association classified ready-mix concrete as the least tariff-impacted building material. Concrete BC commends the BC government for its bold infrastructure investment. The concrete industry is an essential partner in delivering on the government's $37 billion infrastructure plan, which includes major investments in transportation, healthcare, education, and housing. Concrete literally forms the foundation of these projects and is critical to economic recovery, sustainability, and community resilience. To maximize the impact of these investments, the concrete industry should be engaged as a strategic partner, similar to the wood sector's collaboration with government, to advance our shared goals in sustainability, workforce development, and regulatory reform. Concrete BC proposes a concrete action plan developed collaboratively with government to address 3 priority areas: workforce training to mitigate driver shortages, permitting reform to create more aggregate quarries, and adopting performance-based specifications to promote sustainability. The concrete industry faces a shortage of ready-mix concrete truck drivers. A 2025 survey of members found that approximately 150 concrete truck drivers left their jobs in the last year, and 50% of those retired. The average age of drivers is 47 years old, and 2/3 are over 45. 95% of producers plan to hire an average of more than 3 drivers this year. However, retention remains an issue. For every 4 newly hired drivers, only 1 stays in the industry long term. Training for a Class 3 commercial driver's license requires a significant investment of over $5,000 per person and 1 month of full-time learning, making it cost prohibitive for prospective employees and financially risky for employers who must also bear onboarding costs. Concrete BC's ask Create an employment training initiative with dedicated funding in the Community Workforce Response Grant to support the recruitment, training, and retention of 100 new concrete truck drivers. Gaining access to local aggregates for the production of concrete is hindered by lengthy permitting processes, particularly for new gravel pits. Environmental assessments and permitting delays are measured in years, not months, and supply lags behind demand and poses an unnecessary barrier which ultimately leads to increased costs. Concrete BC's ask, streamline permitting and environmental assessments for local gravel and sand quarries, prioritizing local supply chains. Procurement for concrete projects often relies on prescriptive specifications that restrict innovative low-carbon solutions. Concrete BC is committed to net zero concrete by 2050, and the industry has already achieved notable emissions reductions through the use of Portland limestone cement and substitution with supplementary cementitious materials such as fly ash. Government can lead change in sustainability. For example, a 2022 MOTI change to performance-based specifications for crash protection barriers reduced greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 138,000 kilograms. MOTT specifications trickle down to municipal procurement for things like bike lane dividers and other specs. Restrictive minimum cement content rules and maximum substitution rates persist, which prevent broader adoption of sustainable solutions. Concrete BC's ask, mandate performance-based specifications that allow for innovation and sustainability while maintaining quality and durability. We hope the BC government will recognize Concrete BC as a key partner in delivering on your housing, transportation, and sustainability goals. Through structured collaboration, the province and industry can reduce costs, accelerate delivery timelines, and advance sustainability, all while ensuring the success of BC's record infrastructure investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Moving on to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. I want to go back to your first recommendation about workforce training. I appreciate the challenge of getting people to do a job where it requires that initial investment. That's pretty significant for training. It sounds like, though, there's also a challenge with retention, and I'm hoping you can talk. Is there any workplace initiatives now? Is there any retention programs in place now?
Our members definitely focus on finding and retaining the best drivers. It's a hard job where the barrier that we're talking about, the Class 3 drivers licensing, is only the entry point to the type of work that needs to be done. Some of the challenges revolve around seasonality of the business and consistent income throughout the year. So some of the reasons why there are retention issues. Again, that's a function of the construction business. But the challenge still remains that on average, it's about you hire 4 people before you have one that stays long term. Mm-hmm. These are great paying jobs that can provide for families all across the province.
Thank you. And thank you. And when you're talking about, I think that my technical knowledge of the sector was very low. So I think it would really be helpful to me to understand better. When you were talking about your third point about mandating performance-based standards, what I was hearing is that concrete is excluded from certain uses because of regulation or requirement, and you're asking for those regulations to be changed to reflect performance-based standards.
By performance-based standards, we effectively, what we're saying is, instead of telling us what the recipe for the concrete mix should be, tell us the performance specifications, the strength, and what you want the product to do, and allow the companies to innovate. The change that I highlighted was one that was taken for the lowly highway divider, more formally known as a crash protection barrier. They had minimum cement standards that have been in place for a long time. They finally allowed the change that allowed the companies to innovate, reduce the cement contents while still making the strength specifications, and that has significant impact, reducing something like 28 kilograms per highway divider. And I use that as an example because we can visualize what those things are and the impact that it could have when you scale it up. So effectively, performance-based specifications is the pathway to net zero concrete, is allowing the companies to innovate and produce the material in a way that's the most environmentally friendly, not according to an old specification that might have been in place for many years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your presentations.
Thank you very much. And we will move on to our next presenter. We have Gemma Martini from Martini Film Studio. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you. You are muted.
Oh, well, that should help. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gemma Martini, CEO of Martini Film Studios in Langley and board chair of BC's Motion Picture Industry Association, referred to as Screen BC. I'd like to begin by recognizing that I'm presenting to you here on the ancestral lands of the Katzie, Kwantlen, and Matsqui and Semiahmoo First Nations, and it is my privilege to be in front of you today on behalf of BC's film and television industry. I believe that there's a general awareness in BC that our industry has suffered very challenging years. The economic impacts of these challenges have been widely felt and expressed, not just directly within our industry workforce and supply chain, but across the economic landscape that this industry touches. Today, thanks to the understanding and support from across government of the need to restore the BC industry's competitive position, we are in a much stronger place to compete in the global mix and to grow BC's interests. And we are extremely grateful for this collaboration, as it is central to our history of sustained success, and we are proud of what we have accomplished together. When we're thriving, we are a $3 to $4 billion production industry at the heart of our province's creative economy. We generate 60,000 plus quality, well-paying talent and knowledge-based jobs across the spectrum of production and hundreds of ancillary businesses. We support a workforce that is respected internationally for its talent, skill, and experience in physical production, post-production, animation, and visual effects. We feature multi-billion-dollar infrastructure investment in more than 2.5 million square feet of studio space, matched by a top-tier supply chain. We're home to one of the world's most sophisticated digital entertainment clusters, with companies like Sony Imageworks Entertainment and Disney's Industrial Light and Magic anchored here amid an established and growing network of BC companies and freelance artists at the heart of the sector. Likewise, BC's owned and operated production companies like Bright Light Pictures, Lark Productions, and Omni Film are evolving and capitalizing on the current opportunities in Canada and internationally, both for production services and for their own development projects. Then there are the layered economic benefits and spin-offs with evolving industry hubs in BC regions like Victoria and the Okanagan. And a symbiotic relationship with BC's tourism sector, where we are very intentionally building a long-term collaboration right now with our exciting new Cineventure film tourism platform. We look forward to building our progress with a shared vision for BC's film and television industry as an important economic driver and job creator, building bandwidth and international clout across business, social, and cultural spheres. To this end, we would like to recommend the following. Sustained, confident investment in the industry tax policy and funding that is foundational, essential leverage for BC to compete and maintain a strong position in the global mix. This includes our recently enhanced industry tax incentive program, domestic motion picture funds and programs, removal of barriers to interprovincial opportunities, and robust funding for Creative BC, particularly our BC Film Commission, which is the primary gateway and brand ambassador for British Columbia's industry. Your willingness to engage with our industry as regularly as you are able, to learn and stay abreast of this unique business, its intricacies, and the opportunities in front of us. We are all investors in the BC's film and television production industry, and with this investment, we attract millions of dollars of new money into our economy, which is why production has become so attractive to economies around the world. We expect to report, inform, and collaborate to ensure we are generating returns on our collective investments and paving the way for even greater success for future generations. Where we are today. It's taken some time for us to get traction this year. We are seeing results, and the second half of 2025 looks promising. According to May data compiled by the BC Film Commission, 34 projects are currently in production. Many of them are currently in prep, so their employment impacts are not yet fully realized. Large global productions like The Last of Us, Shogun, and God of War are confirmed to shoot in BC. These shows will employ thousands of British Columbia's talented creator workforce. Canadian productions, Murder in a Small Town, Allegiance, Wildcards, and Family Law have all been renewed, continuing to uptick in BC-driven content creation. Industrial Light and Magic cut the ribbon on their impressive new facility in Cole Harbour, where nearly 1,000 talented artists apply their unique expertise. Sony ImageWorks unveiled its new LED volume featuring specialized technology in its new location in Langley this month. And just weeks ago, our BC Film Commission was recognized for excellence amongst its global peers in the Cannes Film Festival. Every industry condition that has emerged over the past 3 years, including an overall contraction in content creation, the growth of movement south of the border to keep global production in the US, is a stark reminder that the new normal for film and television worldwide is intense competition, shifting industry conditions, combined with new renewed focus on a domestic interests and their convergence with sustained growth in the global industry. And then I have a paragraph of which I have to leave behind, but essentially it says, "We're resilient and thank you."
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll now go to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thanks so much. We did have a little bit of other presentations covering this, so this is why we have no questions, but I was hoping to give you a couple of minutes to talk about the amazingness that is the Cineventure Tourism partnership.
Yes, it's absolutely incredible. On the first day of launch of the website, there was over 34 million media hits, or whatever they refer to it as. It was very incredible. It's an excellent collaboration of tourism and film coming together to encourage and enhance the opportunities for those coming to British Columbia to really expand on the film tourism that they come for. So really strong, we get a lot, we have a lot of visitors that come to BC because of the film industry. They want to come and see where Virgin River was filmed, and they want to come and see where Deadpool was filmed. And so now we're able to capture that and to enhance on that by expanding their experience to other areas of the province, other areas of the city, and encourage them to visit some of our other locations that they may want to see along the way. It's very exciting.
It is. My kids are desperately waiting for when Supernatural is a fully developed part of that.
It will be a big part with 13 seasons, or what's even more than that. They have so much for us to be able to enhance the platform.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your advocacy. This is a huge and important industry in our province and brings so much value, and not just through economy, but also creativity and joy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We're very proud of it.
Thank you so much for that. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
Excellent. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. We'll go to our next presenter. We have Dave Baspley from BC Common Ground Alliance. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
I'm ready, and I apologize first to the committee for earlier. I was trying to get through a portal, and I'm obviously not that good at technology, so my apologies to everybody there. And I know it's been a long day, so here we go. You've already got the background or who we are. We're a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to safety, protecting underground infrastructure, workers that are connected with underground infrastructure, the general public, and the environment. Why that's important is it's a grassroots effort designed to make sure things are safe in British Columbia, and we support our One Call Center, BC One, and other entities out there to make sure that the right thing's there. And we work very extensively with government too. We've worked on various initiatives, and we come every year to the legislature and to meet with the ministers and so on about this. Our challenge is we're a nonprofit, as you can imagine. We get our resources from membership, and we have about a $200,000 budget to meet the needs of a whole province and champion safety. We know the provincial government's really struggling right now with resources, and it's important that our construction sector and other sectors stand up and make BC strong again so that we can support all of our citizens. But as a nonprofit organization, we're not looking necessarily for money as much as access to some of the ministries to do some work together. And we're wondering if that can be done with the existing Ministry of Municipal Affairs, Could be Adrian Dick's Ministry of Climate Change, or one of the other ministries where we can work together to find solutions. We also apply for a gaming grant every year, and it's been our second or third year applying for it. We're hoping we get it this year. And the big thrust on that would be even $50,000 could make a difference in small communities across this province, particularly rural, remote, that need to be engaged in the conversation. And there's also the Indigenous groups that we're trying to connect with that are increasingly taking a larger share of the workforce along pipeline right-of-ways, utility corridors, and those kinds of things. So our hope is that the committee can pass that along to gaming, that would be a worthy cause, and help us with the ministries connect so that we can advance the interests and protect the pipeline, the environment, and workers and general public that we serve. How was that? With 2 minutes and 41 left, you can have it back.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move on to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. The committee doesn't make recommendations to the gaming grant awards decision-making process, but what your main ask seems to be not just funding, but better, more improved communication and coordination with the various ministries that might interact with your purpose. So, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm correct here. You asked about the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of the Environment. Was that right?
Yeah, and the problem with our association is distributed through about 5 ministries. So we don't have a clear champion that we can really appeal to. So some support or help getting involvement with some of the ministries that would be affecting safety. We do have some relationships with the BC CER and WorkSafe BC and some of the other ministries or other crowns, but it would be good to get more involvement with the provincial government.
Could you give me some examples of places where that communication or coordination could make things more effective?
Sure. For example, a lot of local communities through the municipalities have a vested interest in their infrastructure, whether it be water, sewer, etc., and they get hit every year. Cost taxpayers in British Columbia an inordinate amount of money, puts people at risk, knocks down communications, can knock out services. So if they were involved in the conversation, some of our practices, best practices, some of our information through our damage information reporting tool or DIRT could all be helpful for them to actually avoid. I know it's kind of a play on words, but it's good we could work as partners to support them to be safer and to reduce those costs and service outages.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time to present to us today.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate everything you do. I know it's a long day. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our next presenter. We have Marie Millard from North Shore Community Resources. Thank you for joining us today. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, committee members, chair and committee members. Thank you for providing some time for me to have a chat with you about some funding issues that are a priority for us and for our community on the North Shore, and I will suggest throughout British Columbia. So there's sort of 3 or 4 areas I want to speak to. North Shore Community Resources is a multi-service social service agency that serves the North Shore, all ages, all abilities, people from all walks of life on the North Shore. Our mission is to design and deliver programs that enhance well-being through enhancing social connections, individual empowerment, and then community participation. So we have a wide variety of different programs ranging from seniors to children and families. Just let me speak to seniors. We know that population is growing considerably and needs the supports that we and other organizations provide. So for example, we're the Better at Home provider on the North Shore, which provides a suite of services to seniors and their families to help individuals and support individuals to remain in their own homes, because we know their well-being is better when they're able to live within the communities in which they have relationships. So we do get support via the provincial government through the United Way, and we urge you to continue that kind of funding. That's critical. We have a caregiver support program. So these are, we provide support to those that are providing support to others, caring for others. It's a big burden. There's thousands of people who do this work. It is very taxing and stressful. And unfortunately, our caregiver support program is not well funded, and we urge you to consider more funding for those kinds of programs. We do a lot of housing advocacy work, housing in the rental for below market rental. It's very hard to get funding to do that kind of advocacy work. We work with all stakeholders, municipalities, with all levels of government, often municipal governments, with developers who have projects that seek to bring in below market housing. And yet it's hard to get funding for that. So we would really urge you to consider that level of funding as well. I'm going to talk a bit about democratic participation for a moment. And I know there's a separate committee that's looking at that, but really there's a funding question for that kind of work. We run a Democracy Cafe program that does a lot of things, including encouraging individuals to participate in democratic life. That might be voting, it might be other things. For example, we just ran a project called First Vote with David Maciejewicz up at Capilano University with his students, political science students, where they went into a high school or high schools on the North Shore to work with grade 12 students who have either turned 18 or about to turn 18 and thus be eligible for their first opportunity to vote. And the research suggests that if you can get and encourage people who are first eligible to vote to get out and vote, they're more likely to be lifelong voters. But there really is no funding for that kind of work. And so we urge you to consider again, and we've worked with the SFU Center for Dialogue on this. They have a paper called Strengthening Democratic Participation in British Columbia. And so finding ways to provide nonpartisan support to organizations that do this kind of work is really important. We need younger people, we need newcomers who are first eligible to vote. We really need them to be fully engaged in the democratic process so that they can exercise their democratic rights and responsibilities. The last thing I'll speak to is just we do a lot of work with children and families. We know the current government has made considerable efforts to fund childcare, which is I think finally our society understands that that's not only good in principle, but a very good investment, an extremely important social investment that pays dividends in the long term. So we run the Child Care Resource and Referral Program, where we help families find and connect to childcare, and then also assist early childhood educators with professional development and childcare facilities to run good and strong programs for our youngest people in our communities. And we continue to need funding for that, and there is funding through the province, and we urge you to continue that funding. I'm going to take a breath here, a long breath that's 4 seconds long, and finish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We will now move to question by members. Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. I'm not familiar with your student democracy program. I know that the student vote program through Civics and Elections BC is very extensive. Is that a parallel program?
Well, it's different, and a great program. Kudos and continued. We want to continue to see that program. That often focuses on even younger students. It may encompass at times grade 12 students, but our project, and really we just ran it as a pilot this year. And I've been wanting to run this pilot for a while, but really teaming up with, as I say, David Maciejewicz at Capilano University Political Science Department. We were able to get his students who had connections with classes and teachers at the grade 12 level. So really we're trying to focus on those students who are about to graduate in a particular, this June, for example, because they're the ones that are either 18 or turning 18 who will be more likely to be eligible to vote in typically a fall election whether it be federal, provincial, or municipal elections, usually are scheduled in the fall. We had a bit of an unusual spring federal election, but the next municipal election will be in the fall of 2026, right? So we'll want to target those grade 12 students who are going to be graduating in June of 2026 to be able to. And the whole idea is like, me coming out and talking to grade 12 students saying, "Hey, get out and vote. It's a really good thing." They don't listen to me, but they may listen to their peers and younger university students who say, "Yeah, this is something that is important as you become eligible to vote." So it's an idea that we're experimenting with. We think it was a successful pilot, and we'd love to do more of it. But there's a challenge for funding here. There really isn't. There isn't a lot of funding for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd love to see a recommendation from the committee to fund this kind of work.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming and presenting to us today.
Okay, thanks so much, and best wishes for your important work.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our next presenter. Okay, we have Justine Nelson from Rivershed Society of British Columbia. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm joining you today from the traditional territory of the Matsqui First Nation in what is today known as Glen Valley, Abbotsford. My name is Justine Nelson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rivershed Society of BC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the importance of watershed security and the future of the Fraser. I live and work in the Fraser watershed, where the health of the river is deeply tied to the well-being of local communities, shaping the water we drink, the food we grow, and the strength of our local economies. At Rivershed, our mission is to connect, protect, and restore the Fraser watershed. Through initiatives like Foodlands, which supports collaborative restoration, and Watershed Workforce, which helps youth explore local career paths, we're working to build a healthier, more resilient watershed. We are also on the steering committee of the BC Watershed Security Coalition. Droughts, floods, and wildfires are becoming more frequent and severe, clear signs of a growing crisis. Yet Budget 2025 cut watershed security funding by 80%, stalling restoration projects, costing jobs, and slowing momentum across the province. Without prevention, recovery costs skyrocket, and communities pay the price. British Columbia has spent nearly $11 billion responding to climate-related disasters in recent years. This cycle isn't sustainable, and degraded, vulnerable watersheds are part of the problem. Each summer, the message is the same: conserve water, be ready to run. But warnings aren't a plan. It's time to invest in prevention and build resilience, because resilient watersheds fuel BC's economy. They support every major sector, from agriculture and tourism to forestry and energy, and they create the kinds of jobs this province needs: resilient, rooted, and regenerative. We've seen what's possible when public investment supports local leadership. Funding from the Healthy Watersheds Initiative has allowed Rivershed to advance projects that restore critical ecosystems, strengthen community connections, build long-term resilience, and create local jobs. In Langley, we're restoring the Sheshmayam or Salmon River Corridor in collaboration with CM Kwantlen and community partners. With the Kwantlen Land Guardians and the Langley Environmental Partner Society, we're maintaining restored sites and monitoring their impact on salmon and wildlife. In the Nechako, we've begun collaborating on a new foodlands corridor with the Sayaka's Land Guardians to restore riparian areas and support watershed health. Foodlands is a proven solution, ready to scale, but it needs sustainable funding. The Watershed Security Fund was supposed to close the funding gap, but it only generates $7 to $10 million a year, far short of what's needed to meet demand across BC. And that demand is growing. In the Fraser headwaters, multiple landholders have asked for help with riparian restoration. Bank erosion is accelerating, threatening the long-term health of the Fraser. Without a coordinated approach, we risk seeing short-term fixes, like riprap, that simply shift the problem downstream. In a region where wildfires have already devastated the tourism economy, restoration projects could protect the watershed and create meaningful local jobs. Rivershed has 3 recommendations for budget 2026. First, dedicate at least 10% of existing water rental revenues, about $50 million a year, to the Watershed Security Fund. BC collects nearly $500 million a year in water rental fees, but none of it goes back into watershed health. This isn't new spending. It's about using existing revenues to protect very watersheds that generate that value. Second, review BC's outdated industrial water rental rates. At less than $2.25 per million liters, they're among the lowest in Canada. A review is long overdue to ensure rates are fair and reflect the true value of water. Third, invest $5 to $10 million a year to support local watershed boards, like the one in the Cowichan. These efficient, trusted, and locally led boards help communities plan ahead and prevent water crises. Investing in watershed security means putting clean water, thriving communities, and long-term resilience at the center of BC's future. This is one of the smartest investments the province can make. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll now go to questions by members, recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm looking at your first point. We had a previous presentation on this, and our conversation centered around the calculation of the $50 million from the water rentals. What I understood from that previous presentation was in order for $50 million to be gained, we would have to have the new rates in place already. Like the proposal of the new rates would have to be implemented before you would be able to gain the $50 million.
My understanding is that it's within the existing rate as it currently is. So there's $500 million that is currently collected through water rental fees. And then 10% of that would be the $50 million. But then there's still opportunity to be able to increase the water rental rates because BC does have some of the lowest in Canada at 2.25 or $2.25 per million liters. So for example, Saskatchewan is at minimum $17 per million liters. Quebec is $35 per million liters. Ontario and Quebec on the high end are up to $500 per million liters. So just over $2 is quite low.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions by members? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next presenter. We have Stephanie Aldrich from Hope Air. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question after, and you can begin when you're ready. Thank you. You are muted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I am Stephanie Aldridge, and I'm here representing Hope Air, a charity that provides free medical travel support to patients in financial need. I appreciate your time today so that I can speak to you about access to healthcare for people living in rural and remote communities. I first want to start and share a story about the experience of Saoirse and her family. Saoirse is a 3-year-old girl from Sycamore with spina bifida. In her first year, Saoirse and her mom Ashley met with 7 different specialists in Vancouver, all in-person visits. Getting to Vancouver would normally be a 6 to 8 hour drive, but given Saoirse's condition, this turned into a 2-day journey. So one hospital visit would turn into a round trip of 5 to 6 days. It was unmanageable. With one parent staying home to work and care for their other daughter, Saoirse's parents were faced with a choice: split up their family to move closer to Children's Hospital to receive the necessary care, or stay home, spend less travel, and be closer to family, limit ongoing care for Saoirse. Fortunately, Ashley eventually learned about our organization, Bear, and Saoirse is now able to live at home with her family intact and still attend medical appointments. Her mom shared with us, when I travel with Hope Air, I don't have to worry about the other cars on the road. I don't have to worry about the weather. I don't have to worry about the condition of my vehicle. I don't have to worry about how we'll pay for it all. There are so many things I don't have to worry about now, which means when I get to Children's Hospital, I can focus on Saoirse and what she needs. So this story of Saoirse is by no means unique and personifies many of the goals of Hope Air. We have been operating in BC for over 30 years with a mission to ensure equitable access to healthcare for patients in financial need who must travel long distances for specialty medical care. Our free travel programs include round-trip air travel for the patient and their caregiver, accommodation and meal support when they're required to stay overnight outside their community, and ground transportation from the arrival airport to the hospital. We are the only charity delivering a province-wide integrated medical travel support program focused exclusively on low-income residents, regardless of their health issue. The people we serve are those that are the most vulnerable: children, seniors, single families, differently abled individuals, and sometimes new immigrants. In 2024, we supported nearly 4,000 patients from 230 communities in BC. The average out-of-pocket cost of medical travel for rural patients exceeds $2,000 per visit. A serious medical condition can require 3 or 4 trips, and for some with chronic conditions, it is a regular requirement to get care that is life-changing. With Hope Air's support, patients tell us they take more time off work to appointments, they deplete their savings or borrow money, pushing them further into debt, poverty. Worse still, over 1/3 of our patients report that without our support, they would postpone or cancel necessary medical care simply due to the financial costs of travel. Health conditions left untreated have ripple effects, ultimately cost our public health system more. Patients enter the system later through overburdened emergency rooms, requiring more care resources, emergency ambulance transport, resulting in longer hospital stays. Our travel programs positively impact health outcomes, alleviate financial burdens for the individual, provide broader economic and social benefits through eliminating the barriers of cost to travel and supporting timely access to care. Hope Air has been recognized as the BC Seniors Advocate, the Union of BC Municipalities, and the BC Rural Health Network. We are a unique and essential service. Furthermore, in 2024, Hope contributed over $1.3 million of private funding in BC, leveraging a private-public model to bring greater value to the province. However, for the first time in our history, the demand for our support exceeds our resources, and we have had to deny support for patients who've requested our help. For patients who rely on our services, there is no practical alternative. I want to conclude by acknowledging that BC has been a leader in Canada in medical travel support. Since 2023, Hope Air has been proud to successfully deliver a cancer travel program, a fully funded program in partnership with the Canadian Cancer Society. However, medical travel support should not depend upon your health condition. In budget 2026, BC is investing over $4.2 billion over the next 3 years to increase health capacity and improve health outcomes. My request to you is to invest in people in rural communities. Hope respectfully requests $30 million over the next 3 years so that we can ensure no matter where they live or what their diagnosis, no patient is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll now move to question by members. Recognizing MLA Blatherwick.
Thank you so much. We were just recently traveling around the province and we ran into one of your members in Trail. So thank you for, it was recognize the logo. So you're asking for $30 million for 3 years. So is that $30 million over 3 years? So $10 million per year or $30 million per year? Okay, so 30 million, 10 million per year. And what is your current budget now?
We, in 2023, we received a $10 million 3-year grant from the BC government to support cancer travel. That expires at the end of this fiscal year. And currently there is no renewal plan for funding. Separately to that, we have a 12-year partnership with, contract, I should say rather, with Provincial Health Services Authority as part of the BC Family Residence Program to provide transportation support, which now excludes all other this includes cancer. So there's the cancer pot and there's everything else. The everything else comprises about 65% of our overall budget and overall request travel. And in 25-26, we were provided with $1.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for presenting to us today.
Time.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there any other business from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you everyone who presented. This concludes the public hearing portion of our consultation. As a reminder, for anyone listening online, you have until tomorrow to submit a written proposal online through our consultation portal. I absolutely want to take this opportunity to thank every single committee members who have spent their absolute lovely summer sunny days indoors, traveling around the province and going into some remote locations, but we know that it's a very important work that we're doing. So thank you so much for doing this work. Also want to thank all the staff who are here that are doing all this work behind the scene beside us. We want to thank you so much for all the work you guys do. The public thanks you as well. With that, I will seek a motion to adjourn. Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, motion carried. This meeting is now adjourned.